Good morning. What's going on? How are we doing? I have been super busy the last couple of days. Let me see. Trying to get on here. You saw I wanted to camp some stuff, so let me jump on there. Good morning. Okay, cool. You want me to bring Criddle over for this camp, though, right? Okay, yeah, we can definitely check it out. I'm down. Hey, what's going on, Sean Stretch? How you doing, bud? Okay, cool, yeah. Yeah, I've just been so busy the last few days with Mom being in town and everything. Yeah, she left yesterday. My girlfriend's flight was delayed. She was supposed to get in on Sunday at 6 p.m. or so. She didn't get in until 2 a.m. So, yeah, that was awful. I was planning on getting up on Sunday, hanging out with Mom, spending that day with her, and then, yeah, I had a whole plan, and that got thrown out the window. So, anyway. What airlines? My mom's was a Breeze, and she had issues with that, and then my girlfriend flew Delta and had issues with that, so... Yeah. Yeah, I want to say that she looked at United. She was going to start doing that because the Delta flight, just flying, normal coach seats or whatever they call it, the price for that would have been the same price as flying first class on United, which is kind of ridiculous. Yeah, I always flew Delta, but that's because I lived in Atlanta for so long. Hey, what's up, Vor? How you doing, bud? Yeah. Well... Oh, that's not fun. They surprisingly didn't lose their luggage, even though they had to switch flights multiple times. Miss seeing you yesterday? Yeah, I've been super busy last few days, Vor. But I'm back now. We're good until this weekend. I have a wedding to go to this weekend. So I'll be here. Today's Tuesday, yeah. So I'll be here Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, maybe Friday. I'm not sure if I'm going to drive over on Friday or if I'm just going to get up on Saturday morning and drive over. But I got to go to Atlanta for a weekend or for a wedding. Is Burl in here? I'm away for a bit next weekend. Nice. Or next week again. Yeah, he can come join us if he wants to. I told him when we were camp stuff, he could join us for that. Yeah. I was struggling getting up this morning. Like my girlfriend said I haven't seen her in 10 days. I was like, well, let's go out last night, go get some dinner. I had to return an item that somebody left in my car for Lyft. I had to return that to them. So I was like, I'm driving down to Charleston anyway, and asked her if she wanted to go. She's like, yeah. So we ended up spending the whole day. Well, I guess the whole night. It was yesterday afternoon, and then we just stayed down there ate dinner and hung out for several hours. If you guys need anything from a druid, let me know. All right, yeah. Yeah, we're just going to go camp some easy mobs. Is this a new mob, or is this just something that you haven't camped yet? Oh, I think I've heard of that. Yeah, I don't know that we ever went up there, because we didn't really camp that area when we were that level. Because that's got to be like in the 30s. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. I'm so lost. I don't know where to go. This way. I gotta go this way. Eminem has forests. Gotta get out more. Yeah, it's had forests for a long time. People don't generally go over here for a couple reasons. There's multiple reasons why they don't come over here. But yeah. Yeah. I mean, if it's pretty easy stuff, I could probably run around and kill a bunch of stuff with just buffs. So. Yeah, and that should be fine as long as I have buffs, and then I mean, if it's level 30-ish stuff, it shouldn't be too hard. But yeah, the reasons most people don't come over here. One, you can only start with halflings and wood elves over here. So majority of the players start over in Night Harbor. People know Night Harbor area better. There's more to do in Night Harbor. There's a lot to do over here, but there's just more to do over there. And it's just one of those things that you know the area, so you kind of want to stick to the area. But yeah. You don't see this game in a while. It's looking really good. It is, yeah. It's coming along nicely. We've only made it to 8 on your wee goblin, so still making my way. Yeah, you'll get over. I mean, eventually you might make your way over here. I won't say you probably won't make it here until like level 20 or so before you actually make it over there without starting over there. It's a long run to get over there, especially at low level. But yeah, really hope this game blows up in population. I love vastness of maps, and especially Night Harbor. Yeah, I'm hoping it blows up as well. I think that it will. It has potential to really take off. Did they add in the radish people? They do have fungi people. I don't know if they have any radish people. They have like basically myconids, mandrake or whatever. I don't think they've added any of that stuff in yet. No, they do have basically myconids though from D&D myconids. They're just fungi race. Let's see. Coral crusted plate bracer. I gotta do something to all these things. I have too much stuff in my inventory. What's that? Oh. Get rid of the cultist lamp. There we go. There we go. This will help with the inventory situation. What's the good word? What's going on, Bob? How are you? Originally, they were planning a plant-based player race. That if they add that, it'll be a long time. They changed the disenchanting cube. The heck? Huh? That's weird. They've talked about a lot of different races, but they don't have any plant-based race that I know of coming to the game anytime soon. Doesn't mean it's not going to happen, but I came in from the Vales side. Yep, I'm running kind of straight towards that. But, you know, they might add some sort of radish people. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Oh my goodness gracious. I'm still tired, man. Still super tired. Super de duper. I don't know if he joined. I haven't heard him join. In game now, playing your Necro. Just got 17, so spent last 20 minutes burning low-level spells to cap. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about all of that stuff right now. Like, I don't mind it, I guess, because it's not really hard to level up stuff. Usually you can level it just naturally, but it can be kind of tedious sometimes. Can be tedious. Ah, I ran into a wall. A wall. Okay, I'm running across. So. Any news as of late? Nothing. Nothing that I know of. Like I said, I've been busy, super busy last few days. So I kind of took some time away from the game, did some family time, spent a lot of time with mom, a lot of time with my son, and then, wanted to welcome the girlfriend home. So I made sure that I did that. So yeah, haven't been keeping a super close eye on things, but I haven't heard of anything big happening. All day, jealous? Yeah, that's mostly what I do most days. Play ye old Monsters and Memories. Most of the day, every day. Oh, you're actually able to get to him and camp him? That's good. Oh, wow. Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, they've been strong for a while, but yeah, that change with the wisdom really made them strong. Yeah, or they just are trying to start a riot. That's true, yeah. All right, where we are headed. Yeah, not named. I mean, maybe lower level ones, but yeah. I agree, yeah. Got my fighter to level 7. It was brutal, but felt like an accomplishment. Fighter is rough, especially if you're trying to solo. For sure. It's really... Fighter's a good class. I would not put it at the bottom of classes. But, yeah, it's just... It requires at least a healer in your party. Yeah, I hope they make some changes to that soon. I don't necessarily want the fighter to be able to solo, but yeah, it needs more. It needs something. All right, where are we going? I think it's actually this way around here. Pretty sure it's over this way. Your class, my druid and beast were fine. Yeah, druid and beastmaster are good soloers. Yeah, the fighter. There's a very heavy, what I like to call a fighter tax. Very heavy fighter tax. Nerd face to get over here. Oh, I didn't even realize he was in chat. do 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 do. I'm at some Crocs. At some Crocs. He didn't turn left. Is soloing a legitimate way to level in this game, or is it intended to be a group game? Trying to solo makes it the wrong game. That's a loaded question for me, but I'll answer it for you. Just trust what I'm telling you is accurate, because a lot of people will be like, no, Cribble, you're absolutely wrong. I'm not wrong. I'm correct on this. Right now, soloing is very legit for some classes. So certain classes like the Enchanter, the Necromancer, the Beastmaster, the Elementalist, the Archer, certain classes... There he is. He's right behind you. Yeah. Certain classes can solo extremely well, and they are better off soloing than they are in a group. They're going to get more experience per hour. It's way more efficient to do that. But the intent of the game is that it is intended to be a group-focused MMO. So they want you to actually be grouping quite a bit. That's the intended goal. So in the future, as the game continues to progress, then you're probably going to see more group-focused content. You should see more group-focused content. So that's kind of where we're at. If all you want to do is solo all the time, you're probably better off playing EQ Legends. That is true, yeah. In the future, for sure, because they are planning to make this game more group-focused. Right now, for XP, you're better off soloing for efficiency. But as you get higher level, it becomes more and more and more difficult to do that. Is that all you want to do, but all you have time for? Yeah, I mean, you can solo in this game, but you're going to have a rough time at higher levels, for sure. Unless you are one of those classes. And then you're going to struggle to get gear. Oh, Burl aggroed a bunch. I don't think he invis his pet. Just pick something and kill it, Burl. I'm trying to tab around and hit these. Varies greatly by the time of day. Yeah, getting a group can be very quick. If you know people, it can work. If you don't know people, it can take a while. It just all depends. Sorry, we accidentally got a bunch of mobs here, so trying to kill those, but we're not doing great. Went there at 13, had to kill about 40 crocs to get spell bank as a necro. Found it far easier to make money there. Be resources. For what? What are you talking about? Must have missed something. Oh, shoot. There we go. That's better. But yeah, so LFG, sorry, I kind of got distracted here. LFG, you can look at this social tab right here, and you can, change this around. LFG, these are all the people that are looking for a group. You can sort it by level. So it's not hard to find people usually, but it's a matter of finding people that are in your level range and then also know where you are or how to get to where you are and want to actually camp the content that you're trying to camp. So that's kind of the thing with getting a group. It's not hard by any means, but it can be frustrating at times. I think Eminem will do a crunch if it isn't far enough along. Right now, I'm concerned. I don't think that they're going to delay it any further. Personally, I think that Sean wants to get it out so he can start paying people. But I am very concerned as well. I don't know that they're going to get everything done by early access that they want to get done. Can they get enough done to keep people interested playing the game as they finish the game? And that's a maybe. It really depends. When Deb dropped cloth, leather, bone chips, so being a tailor could make the cloth into strips and sold the leather, killed the drakelings, so turn into pieces. Yeah, you can do that. I actually didn't yet, Vor. I have not had time, really, to do anything, so I actually skipped that stream completely and didn't watch it. It was only a 2-hour-long stream. I don't know of a lot of stuff that was said. Usually, I get a lot of messages. Oop. Sorry, I was looting stuff. I clicked that off. Usually I get a lot of messages if there's, like, crazy things that happen, but Asked him if he thought they class reworks done before EA. Oh, yeah? Did he answer that? I don't think that they're going to have class reworks done before EA. They might have the fundamentals, like the base in, but they're not going to be balanced. Their balancing has been off a lot as they're trying to put this stuff in. He said he was not sure if they would, but he hopes, but not sure. Yeah. I mean, we all hope that they're done by then, but there won't be. There's no way they're going to be done. Yeah. No, you just run straight through. Oh, never mind. Stop. We got a brigand out here. Well, we got 4 brigands out here now. I like Tree Town better than North. Yeah. Yeah, don't run away from the healer. If you like, because if you run out of corner, he'll lose line of sight. Sorry, we're struggling here a little bit. But yeah, I don't think personally, this is just me. I'm not on the team. I don't know anything about, what they have going on internally. There's no way that they could get all of the classes done by early access. Not at the rate that they're currently going. So they're going to either have to speed it up or descope. Pick one of the two, but they're going to have to do one of those. Mob respawn rate is insane there. You can pick a spot near the lift with 5 or 7 mobs, close proximity. By the time you kill, yeah, the mob respawn rate is pretty quick. It's this game is anywhere from like 7 to 10 minutes for most mob respawns. Much faster than like EverQuest or some other previous games. Much faster. Yeah, I'm kind of at the point now where I'm telling a lot of people to keep watching the game. Are they going to finish in time for early access? Maybe. I mean, it's much, in my opinion, much farther along than Pantheon. It's definitely in a better place than that game, but yeah, Pantheon, yeah, it's much farther along than Pantheon is, and I would recommend this game over that one, but this one is still in heavy development, and we don't know what's going to happen. Or do you want to go down here or just want to camp right here? Okay. Left room. All right, so clear that first. Is it this road captain? Okay. Descope, speed up, or delay 7 weeks right before Thanksgiving. It's rough because we don't have info. They could be 74% done with all the deep dives, but who knows? That's the thing. They might be much farther along than we know. They're just not giving us the information. You know, like that's part of the problem with a game where you have a lot of feedback from the community, and you're working very closely with the community. Yeah, I'm going to wait for you to get a little bit of mana. The next pull is going to be like 5 mobs. So, like, yeah, we really don't know. You know, like, we can criticize a bunch as the community because we don't have the answers that the devs do. And then the devs are like, well, why are you guys criticizing so much? We have all this stuff done. And we're like, yeah, but we don't know that, you know? So there's a communication barrier there. So, yeah. Camping Glass Viper. I believe that's what we're camping. Yeah, that's what Gith wanted to camp something. So he sent me a text last night and asked if we could go camp it. And I was like, yeah, sure. We can go over here. I don't mind. Figured out that once you hit kindly faction rank with a faction, their NPC will buff your pet. Had the experience in Nightheart with a shaman. Yeah, people have been saying stuff like that. And I'm not sure if we, you know, had that exact information or not. But I've heard similar things. That's a pretty good mask. All right, I'm gonna pull. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, yeah, there's like 6. Well, let's see what comes out here. Why is there no stream recap of Sean's stream? Because I didn't watch it, to be honest. I've been super busy the last few days. And I have not had much time to do anything. It's what happens, you know, when content creator takes a bit of a break. Takes like a vacation, you know. Think they're going to do their homework last minute crunch? Maybe. Maybe. Yeah, you just assist me. I'll help him. Once you break it, it won't be too bad. You get it? Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I try to even do stuff while I'm on vacation and all that, but I mean, there was so much going on with my family and with my mom being here. I was trying to do a lot. Way more than I possibly could have. I was struggling getting everything done. But we ended up getting most of it done. We're still got a few things that we got to work on, but and then next weekend I'll be out of town. But we shouldn't have any more hiccups for a little while. But I don't think much happened with the last Sean stream, though. So. No. They are way too slow. That's why I don't think they're going to be done for early access. One at a time. For multiple reasons. One, it keeps people interested. When they go like weeks without any type of update, people start to lose interest very quickly. But it's like two different people working on two different classes at the same time. That's why they're able to do multiples. Alright, so we got one guy left, and this is the last guy in that room. What class is this? This is the fighter. This is my main character. Need to focus on the big bugs. I don't mind wiping Black Tide because I pulled too many, or someone infuriating when you wipe because you didn't get my pet. Yeah, that's that's frustrating for sure. There are some annoying bugs that are constantly coming back and or not being fixed. Yeah, I agree. It's very frustrating. FTR is fighter? Yes. That is correct. Two-hand, it's okay. Depends on what weapons you have. Dual wield is generally better if you can do it, if your class can do it. We don't need to go deeper here, right? Just this one side, this one room here. Okay, and then I'll go back over here and pull these when they respawn. All right, I think we're good. We have finally broken that camp. It doesn't matter. That's fine. Yeah, we can sit in here. Just come down to the left. Yeah. And you can just take a nap. Okay, that was, yeah, that was like the one of the road somethings. Next 2 weeks, we're going to be in the deep. I mean, they, according to Sean, they want to get the deep out and ready to go so that we can test it out. So who knows when that's going to happen. What skill or abilities do you think would make it worth using a shield? I think tanks should use shields. They just need to have like interrupts or more threat, defensive abilities, stuff like that with shields. So like if I'm wearing a shield, I could put up an ability that blocks every attack for the next 10 seconds. To reduce a bunch of damage. Or, you know, like every time you block, you retaliate some damage. Or when you shield bash, you gain a bunch of threat. You know, things like that. It's really what they would need if you want to encourage shields. Like, it's got to be a pretty substantial difference. Because right now, the same thing goes for healers. But as long as the tank doesn't die, they're winning, basically. All right. So yeah, the idea is you do as much damage as you can possibly do without dying as a tank. Same thing with a healer. As long as you are healing enough to keep the tank and the group alive, you want to do as much damage as possible. That's just how it is in most MMOs. DPS is king. If you take away DPS, you need to give them something substantial in return. Did you ever cap your bind wound skill? New method is fun. 6 hits of healing, but 30-second reuse timer. Yeah, it definitely takes it longer to cap. Mine on this character is like 160 or something around there. It's difficult to cap for sure. But I have noticed on my Beastmaster, I've been using it quite a bit. And my Beastmaster keeps it fairly high just from normal use if I'm soloing. Yeah, I think my Beastmaster is only level 29, I think. It's got like over 100 in Bind Wound. So it's not that bad to keep it leveled up. You just got to use it. If you're in a group, you're probably just not going to use it very much. Yeah, I can definitely see how this would be difficult to solo. There's a lot of mobs here. I think Paladin should be the shield tank. I mean, I don't, yeah, it doesn't matter to me. They can... really doesn't matter. But they have to be careful. They have to be careful with the different types of tanks. Like if you make the paladin... Sorry, hang on a second. That's something in my throat. If you make the paladin like the shield tank and they're the best defensive tank in the game, that's a problem. Because then what is a fighter supposed to do? You know, you gotta have to balance it out a little bit. The paladin gets the best defense and they can heal themselves, you know, like you gotta be careful with that. But yeah, if they want to make them like use the shield the most, like a shield toss and things like that, that's fine. Which they might end up being the best shield tank. Who knows? Like they could use their shield to defend another person next to them. You know, like put on a buff on the healer so that when the healer takes damage, you have a chance to block for the healer. Stuff like that. Yeah, I get you. What's the next update you're looking forward to? I want to see Elementalist and Monk. Those are the two that I think probably need the most. And Bard. They all need a lot of work. They just, like, none of them feel great at the moment. I mean, they function for what they do, but they just don't feel great. Monk is so boring. 2 buttons. Yeah, they don't do a whole lot. A monk that is just a DPS, like just DPSing. Here's your name. A monk that's just DPSing is a pretty boring class. Nice. Looks like it. Giving the drop away. He actually is camping this for his monk. Why is this like a really good? Like Isar was saying, it's a really good chess piece, I guess, for his monk, so he wanted to camp it. I didn't know it was that good. It's expensive, really? I wonder why. Destroyed one. Oh, it's that. Charisma click from the chest is strong. Oh, it's got a charisma clicky on it? He bought a trident just to trade it for the chest. That's crazy. I guess this is kind of hard to do. Like, you can't really come in here and solo this very well. So that makes sense. This is what I want to see more of, though. Like, camps like this where it requires a group to be able to do the camp. And then also make XP better for groups. And you're going to see a lot more grouping. Until they do those things, people are just not going to group very much. That's a pretty crappy ring.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
4 charisma. So there's nothing like way deeper in here. Yeah, there's one more room, and then it goes all the way through and like out the other side of the cave. We'll pull the other room, see what happens. We seem to be killing everything. So you guys are saying that the chess piece has a charisma clicky on it, and that's what people are buying it for? That seems crazy to me. Like, I thought the chess piece was just supposed to be good. I guess people are buying it for their charm classes. Everybody wants to charm. Charm is so good that people are buying charm clickies, you know? Okay, let me see. Spock of Magic. Think people are buying it because of the color? Oh, because it's blue? For fashion? Maybe. It's definitely possible. Have the player numbers increased with more people getting access? Like I heard it was staying around the same number. Yeah, it's one of those weird things. Like the player count doesn't really go up, but every week they add in a lot of new players. So it's like they're losing players as quickly as they're adding players, and that's not good. It should constantly be going up. But I think, part of it is EverQuest Legends is Yeah, is pretty popular right now, especially with the dad gamers, the ones that don't have a whole lot of time. So a lot of people are playing that, especially since this game is not out in early access for another couple months. Like a lot of people are getting stale, I guess is the best way to put it. People are putting in a lot of hours into the game and it's getting stale, and it's like, well, why would I keep playing and pushing? There's a lot of things you can do in this game and push for and camp and all that, but for most players, like you're not going to want to do that. Not in a beta, because you're going to lose all this stuff anyway. So you're just going to have to do it all over again in a couple months. So a lot of people are just kind of like, eh. How close is the game in polish? It needs a lot of polish. I mean, it's a good game, but it needs a lot of polish. Hopefully they migrate the tunes to a PTR server. That's what Sean has been saying, is that they might put all these characters on PTR once the game releases into early access, and then have this be like a test server for when they have new stuff coming out. Of course, no one will play on the PTR at that time. Like, why would you log in and play on the PTR if you have the actual live game to play? So, we'll see. You almost lost all steam to level at this point? Yeah, a lot of people have, Vor. Especially once you get into the 50s, XP slows down considerably. And it's kind of annoying to level up characters, and then like you know it's going to be going away in a couple months. So a lot of people they lose steam after like level 20, 30, 40. So and I get it. I totally understand it. But yeah. Any news what will happen to the classes that may not have time for... We have no idea what's going to happen with that. Hopefully they just get them in as soon as they can. I'm actually more concerned about the balance than I am about getting all the classes in. I am concerned about getting all the classes in as well, but like they can't do like these huge sweeping changes once the game is in early access and people are paying for it. Like that's going to feel really bad if they do that. Balance is always going to be a thing that they're going to have to tweak just all the time, so we'll see. Also, very few people grouping in the 50s, just raid removal, post-raid removal. I don't think the raid removal has anything to do with that. I think that those are... The people that are like, oh, there's no raids, I'm bored. Those people they want a early access game. They're not here to test. They're just here because they want to play the early access game. They were bound to leave either way. And they'll come back when early access starts. But right now the game's not ready for it's not ready for the raids. So yeah, I don't understand people that are upset about that. I don't want to use the word crying or whining because they're not really crying or whining about it, but they're upset about something that should have never been in the game in the first place. It was not. The game wasn't ready for it. Got about halfway through 50 and stalled out, mostly due to lack of groups doing level. Yeah, exactly. Lost steam in the 20s. Could not find groups, and solo was too slow on the shaman. Solo right now on the shaman is pretty dang good. They changed it recently, and shaman is one of the stronger solo classes at the moment. It's a very solid class. Wake up. Nah, you're good. Wait, 7 int on that wrist? Dude, that's really good. Holy moly. Yeah. And it's not a quest or anything? It seems kind of weird, like why it would drop a no rent chest. Maybe pop back in, check it out. Yeah, Shaman's really strong. Like, they haven't changed the Shaman, like the actual skills. So it's just super strong because they updated the Wisdom classes to use Wisdom for their damage. So now they do more healing and more damage, all from Wisdom. And to be honest with you, that change made the Druid and Shaman kind of overpowered. Because now they do as much damage as DPS classes, and they can do healing. That's good enough for a group to do pretty much all the content in the game. So it's just kind of too good. Who does more DPS, Druid or Shaman? DPS would be Druid because they can nuke. So like they have the big direct damage spells, so they're going to be able to do more DPS, kind of like a wizard. But a Shaman has better dots than the Druid does. So over a longer fight or over multiple fights, the Shaman will outshine the Druid because they can put some dots up and then meditate. But the the Druid will be able to. It's more like a wizard. It can do more damage in a shorter amount of time. Nuke does 1800, poison dot 220, and the frost dot is 90. Seems like an easy fix to Druids making their damage go back to int based. I mean, they can leave it wisdom based. It's not a big deal. They just need to change the modifier on it. Druid and Shaman and Cleric should not be doing equal damage to that of a wizard. You know, like that just shouldn't be the case. It just currently kind of is. It's not the exact same, but it's similar-ish. It's too close, right? But that's part of the balancing that they'll hopefully eventually get right. One can hope. As of right now, it's kind of bad. So they need to get all the classes in and get all the reworks done so we know how the classes are going to play. Make sure that that feels good, then go in and balance. They still have several other classes to touch before they balance. Yeah, they have a lot. They've done 6 classes, and there's 18 classes in the game. So they have 12 more classes that they need to revamp before they actually balance everything. Because it's, you know, It would have been nice if they would have put the classes in and balanced them at the same time for where they want them to be. But unfortunately, they can't really do that. I mean, they could have, but things would be probably worse off than they currently are. So they kind of just need to put stuff in and then go back and balance it. Who's going to pick the non-rework classes when EA launches? I mean, it depends on the class. Like, I would play a fighter right now, reworked fighter. I would probably still play it under the assumption that it's still going to be the best overall tank in the game, since that is its really only function. And then I would just be really annoyed if they ended up not making it the best tank, when they clearly have said many times it would be the best overall tank. If they decided, oh, we're going to make it a fighter, a DPS class all of a sudden, I'd be really annoyed. But I don't think that they're going to do that. Like, I know what the classes are intended to be at the end of the day. Whether they will actually make it to that point or not, we'll have to see. Because they may or may not make it to that point by early access. Yeah, it's just crazy. Yeah, this is much easier to do than Sunken Resort. Yeah, getting there and then also fighting the mobs. Like, it's just... the whole thing's annoying. We could probably camp this, though, in early access around this level. I don't know what else we'd be fighting at this level. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's a couple places we can go, but yeah, we can definitely come here in this level range. This could... yeah, I mean, Pale Tower is nice because it's in town, but... yeah, we can come over here for sure. Yeah, she, I think, wandered in or something. So she must be the roamer. Yeah, still closed beta till October 1st, but you can get in every Friday. They do a drawing. So make sure you're opted in if you want to get in. We might also do another... access giveaway at some point if people want to donate their friend keys. Like, if people have friend keys that they're not using, we might do access giveaway for those. Okay. So I did one the other day, and it was fun. Fighter, Shadow Knight, Shaman, Bard class like that are probably staying pretty similar. Ranger and Inquisitor, for example, I'm kind of worried about post-change without the change. Yeah, that's true. I would say the Ranger is going to change drastically. Bard, I think overall will be the same, but it just might play a little differently. But yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. Ooh, double named. Maybe that's why he puts on his fancy shirt when she spawns. Yeah, so that maybe this won't be his rip shirt, and he's like, uh-oh. Sora was up. She's pretty. I have to put on my good clothes. An 8 int shield? That's crazy. It must be a buckler then, I guess. Now we just need to find you a main hand weapon. Oh, wait, what? That's so dumb. Literally only, like, the Inquisitor or Shadow Knight would use that, but even then they wouldn't use that. Yeah, this should be a buckler, I think. Oh, it's just gonna get disenchanted. Nah. Eh. We need to make you some enchants anyway. Oh, they not lore? Nice. Why were you using that? Okay. I'll give it to Beastmaster or something. Yeah, those are way too good for this area. You know, like 30s. Yeah, he's a named, so he might be 41 clearly, but the other mobs are like 38, 39. Wish there were extra shields for pure int casters. Yeah, there are some. There's like bucklers in the game, but they're not very common. Yeah, con these guys. They should be dark blue to you. Okay, so this is all level 40, 41. Wow. Well, it's basically the same as the Pale Tower then. Oh, yeah, it's really easy to get to, and it's right in town. Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. Yeah, they really need to have somebody go in and deal with itemization. Just like look at the different items in the area. I feel like they're overcomplicating the itemization. Like they want to see, they made like a whole tooling for it. Like how much, you know, how many boots drop at this level range for this class, and it's just like, just first of all, go in and actually look at the items. And then find out how difficult it is to get to the area. So Saw the recipes for fletching to make wood shields. Just wish they had an enchanted version of them. Yeah, that'd be nice. Maybe in the future. Maybe in the future. I wish thorns would give you the threat. But that might be a little bit broken if they did that. AoE threat's pretty much impossible for tanks. They need to work on that, or they need to take away all the AoE abilities from all these classes. I am a little bit nervous that they're going to add too much AoE, and then everybody's going to end up being like AoE farming stuff. Oh, you probably have a better damage shield, bro. Probably better than mine. No, he's got one that he can just cast. Hey, what's going on, Caliber? How you doing, bud? There's a lot of mobs in this camp. My goodness. This would be a really good camp for a full group. I don't know why there's more people not over here. Getting a group here at level 40, though, or even the high 30s. Is it? Wow. It needs, I mean, it's a good camp. It's a lot of mobs and 2 named. And they're humanoid, so you get coin. Like, it's just... This is everything you need. Enchanter is necessary? Yeah, I would say for an at-level group, an enchanter would definitely be better. To break it, for sure. It would definitely. It's a hard camp to break unless you're out level it. That's true. We've out leveled it considerably, so it's not too bad. What level are these? Around level 40. We need to add these to our list. Yeah, Burl. Do stuff, Burl. Is that the sunlight coming in? What is this, like the sunlight with this ray of light? It's cool, but it's like, where is it coming from? We're in a cave. That's really weird. Yeah, I think this road deacon, well, the one that I'm targeting, I think might be the placeholder. There's a second road deacon. Oh wow, that one had linen. That was got to be level 40, like 45. That's crazy. Alright, we could get rid of this ring that's complete and utter garbage. Why it's even in the game, I couldn't tell you. They got to do something about some of this gear. Some of it is just bad, bad, bad. Alright, this is okay for a Beastmaster. I'll hold on to it. What are these? Yeah, those are garbage. Garbaggio. More Garbaggio. Let's use a serum potion, because I can. Cotton veil. Get rid of that. What is this? We're going to keep that, I think, for the Beastmaster, and we're going to keep this for the Beastmaster. And we're going to get rid of this. And we'll keep this for the Beastmaster. I can't keep that over there. We'll keep that. We'll keep that. My goodness, my inventory. Because I have to carry around 6 keys. Which makes 0 sense. Why I have to carry around 6 keys. I mean, I don't have to carry them around, but if I want to be able to go to get access to that dungeon. It's just silly. The inventory management in this game is honestly a little too much. We're not playing Forest here. We're not playing some survival game. If you can use the Phalandraw Bank, I just started keeping them there. I can't use it yet. Yeah, I haven't fought enough, killed enough of the orcs. So I don't have a high enough faction there. But yes, that is the smart thing to do, is get your faction up and then put them in that bank over there. So when you need it, they're just right there. But I don't know. Let's be honest. That's annoying. Just saying. It's really annoying and really tedious. I mean, you already got to go through a bunch of hoops to get access to it. Let's make cotton bandages. Did I gain some skill? I did. Oh, that's pretty good. 9 wisdom's good. Hey, thanks so much, Ketalone. How you doing, bud? I'd settle for the furthest key counting as all previous keys. Yeah, I think it should just merge in, right? Like when you get the first key, and it should be the glowing Fey scale key or whatever. And then as you get new keys, it should just merge into that key and just keep upgrading that one key. Yeah, we'll be here. Ysir wants the rarest item in the game, so, you know. Yeah, we'll be here for a little while at least. But yeah, I don't know. I don't like what they're doing with the keys, personally. I think that they need to... we need a key ring, which we have in the game. There is a key ring, but they just need to do some adjustments to the keys. I don't know why, like, the key ring drops off of one named mob, and it's like level 40 or something. Why we can't make a key ring through blacksmithing, you know? I don't know. A lot of tediousness for no reason. This guy looks like he's just wearing like an ugly sweater. Oh my goodness. More staves. Oh shoot, I can't. Let's see. We'll do something with them. Ugh. 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 No gate. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Too much stuff. Just heard about this game after hearing about EQ Legends, checking out Steam. How is it? You play original EQ? I did play original EQ a lot. This game is much closer to original EQ than EverQuest Legends is. So if you want to have that original 1999, early 2000s EverQuest, that's this game. If you want to have some sort of weird action RPG set in the world of Norath, that's EverQuest Legends. Yeah, I personally am not planning on playing EverQuest Legends. For a multitude of reasons. Ugh. Oh, did he give some subs? They're not showing up. I don't know why they're not showing up for me. Thanks, Esar, for gifting some subs, if that's what's going on. They didn't show up in my feed over here, though. It's weird. Oh boy. Our favorite guy got a sub. That's okay. He's here a lot. He's just, you know, has a lot to say about a lot of things. So do I, though. So do I. It's all right. Me too. Yeah. We all have a lot to say about a lot of things. Is that level 41 getting a lot of XP from this? I wouldn't say a lot, but getting some XP, yeah. This is the first level that so level 41 can group with level 60. That's the lowest level you can be and group with a level 60. But he's getting decent XP, yeah. Is it reduced? It's going to be reduced, yeah. But it moves. I'm in a pickle. I try to play Monster Memories. I struggle to find much people to play. PvP server is kind of dead. PvP server bad. Yeah. Purchased EQ Legends. Not sure why, and don't really plan to play. I need help. Well, Luffy, I'm sorry that you purchased EverQuest Legends. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know what to say about that. And I'm sorry you're not finding groups over here. I kind of want to play some of my alts a little bit more. I've been busy the last couple days, so I apologize for that. Just been super busy with family and stuff. But I kind of want to play my alts a little bit more, and I want to get back into grouping some. Try to make some groups. But we'll see what the next alt is. Wondering if, say, you had a 60 mage, if you, like, quad power level someone that's 41. You talking about a wizard? If I had a wizard in quad kite? Imperfect Black Sapphire. PvP server is super fun. We got cookies. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the PvP server, but that's okay. PvP server would be better if it had more players. It just feels stagnant. Yeah, it's never going to have that many players. I think the best time to play PvP is going to be like the first week or two of early access. If you really want a PvP, that's when you're going to have to play it. And that's when the community is going to have to come together and decide what the PvP server is going to be. And that's going to either make or break PvP in the future. That's what's going to end up happening. Because the PvP in this game is not going to be good unless the community makes it good. And honestly, I don't think the community is going to do that. I think that certain people in the community are going to absolutely crap all over PvP, and it's just going to be an awful experience for everybody on that server. But that's just my prediction. I could be wrong, and I hope I am wrong, but that's what I think is going to happen. I got a 44 in the PvP server, but I stopped playing a while ago. It takes forever to sell stuff or buy what you want. Yeah. PvP and RPG MMOs is usually a giant whiff. It can be good. It can be good. But they need to design the PvP a certain way. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Ultima Online was fantastic PvP in that game. But there has to be consequences. There has to be, certain ways that the game needs to play out. And you have to have the community for it. And most people for this game, unfortunately, are going to want to play PvE. They're really not going to want to get involved in PvP. I feel like a lot more people would do PvP in this game if it was either team-based or faction-based or guild versus guild. Something along those lines. People would probably be more inclined to do it. But you have to think of the type of player that wants to play this game. And then the type of player that wants to play a typical PvP game. And those are different types of people most of the time. There are people that would play the PvE side and be like, oh, it'd be fun to go PvP for a little while. For 30 minutes or an hour. And then they want to be able to just like turn PvP off and go XP and then turn it back on when they want a PvP. That's going to be the majority of players in a game like this. They're not going to want to just have PvP on all the time. So, Fear is stupid overpowered in PvP right now. Fear is overpowered in a lot of games. Then I quit because guilds griefed held control over the higher level areas with dungeons, so you can't get to 60. Yeah, you're talking about in PvP? That's part of the problem, yeah. So it's a big part of the issue. Had the worst experience ever on a WoW Classic PvP server. Getting griefed every night. Took over 2 months to get to 55. Yeah, that's the problem. It's going to come down to the players. If the community can come together and be like, here's how we want this PvP server to run, it could be great. But most likely you're going to have a handful of people that are going to ruin the experience for everybody else. So, we'll see. We'll see what happens. UO was designed for PvP and it was global. Yeah, the Ultima Online PvP was really good. I haven't seen much PvP footage, but the stuff I have seen has typically just been kill squads, all in Discord, ganking leveling groups, not even getting fought back. Yeah, yeah. The reason you're not going to see a lot of PvP footage is because, let's say somebody like myself, I'll use me as the example. Let's say I go to the PvP server and I'm playing. I will most likely end up getting stream sniped. Somebody will sit there and watch my stream, wait for, like, they'll know exactly where I am. They're going to come over and they're just going to grief me just because I'm on a stream, and it's just going to be a whole thing. Like, that's literally what's going to end up happening. So you're not going to see a lot of people playing PvP and streaming it or sharing that content. They might do it as a YouTube video, but what's going to get the most views in a YouTube video? It's not going to be just playing the game normally, just on a PvP server, right? Like, that's, you're going to get a lot of views if you are running around being the jerk that's just killing players because they're out of mana. You know, people will watch that and they'll find it funny, and I don't find that funny. Guild Wars PvP was super fun. Yeah, and that was you know, there could be good PvP. It just depends on how they do it. Only MMO with good PvP is Albion Online. They did a good job with it. I would agree. Solo duo on a PvP server is pretty daunting. Oh, it's got to be awful. Yeah, it's good. It sounds terrible. I wouldn't want to do it. Yeah, you're solo on a PvP server. You're just asking for somebody to come up and kill you. They camp the zone line and gank people that become victim to the logging at zone line bug. Oh, that's fun. Where they push you off a cliff. That's the one that gets me. Is like a shaman has the knockback ability. For example, you run up a cliff and they just are like yoink and just launch you off a cliff just because they can. Those are the kinds of abilities that, like, it's just going to make it not fun. And those are the types of players that are going to make it not fun. And that's what's going to end up ruining PvP. Those are going to be the people that are like, PvP is so much fun. Everybody should come to the PvP server. Why is it so dead? And it's because those people are making it dead. They're griefing everybody and then crying about why the server doesn't have anybody on it. Like, that's literally what happens. I'm going to grief everyone on the server, and then I'm going to complain that there's nobody on the server to grief anymore. Well, gee, I wonder why. When you die, you just lose everything. When you die in this game, you drop everything on your corpse. Yeah. In PvP, they can only steal your coin, though. That's all they can take. Something like this, where it's grindy, full loot PvP. Yeah, full loot PvP would be rough in this. Definitely be rough. I had two people gank me on the Fallen Pass ramp. I pushed one guy off, then got pushed off, but the wizard blink can prevent fall damage, which is nice. It is, yeah. Like, that's definitely nice. And then now we have safe fall. Like, monks have safe fall. I think rogues get it. Yeah, a couple of classes get safe fall so they don't die instantly. But anyway, yeah, I don't plan on playing PvP. Like, I'm just not gonna do it. Don't agree with the griefing, but I do agree with it being able to run the fade with someone who needs it. Well, yeah, I mean, PvP itself can be fun. I find PvP very fun in certain situations. But the problem is like, no matter how much fun I'm having in PvP, somebody coming in and griefing me and spawn camping you and zone camping you and pushing you off cliffs because they can, and using cheesy mechanics and just having 6 people roll up on you when you're just sitting there AFK for a minute, like all of that stuff makes it to where PvP is no longer fun. No matter how fun the PvP side is, the griefing side is so unfun that I just won't do it. So, just not for me. PvP in this game will work if they turn off corpse recover mechanics. If you die, you respawn in the city with all your stuff. I mean, it would help, yes. It wouldn't fix the problem, but it could help. People are still going to grief you, and it's still going to be annoying. So, but hey, if people want to keep doing it, go for it. There's going to be people out there that are going to be like, nope, PvP is amazing, and I'm going to keep playing it, and keep griefing people, and then they're going to complain that they don't have anybody to play with. That's what's going to happen. It's gonna happen. Even in PvE, recovering corpses is a turn off? Yeah, it is for some people. I don't mind it. The thing is, if you don't have corpse recovery, if you don't have any, like, if there's no... there has to be a consequence to death. But then there's also a line of too much consequence, right? And that's kind of where what we are discussing now is... For some people, the corpse recovery is too far. For some people, XP loss is too far. So it just depends on the player, you know. XP loss and corpse recovery together could be too far. So yeah, it just depends. I personally think that because of corpse recovery, because of XP loss, so like it being as harsh as it is, players learn to play better. They learn to work together, you know, and be part of a team rather than everybody fend for themselves. And that, to me, is why I like this game and games similar to it, is because it forces people to work together. Yeah, we've gotten too far away with most of the MMOs these days. It's all about me, 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 me. You know, just what can I get out of this group? You know, oh, this camp doesn't have an item that I want. This camp isn't good enough XP for me. This camp, you know, like it's can I get something? If I'm not getting what I want, then I don't want to be part of it. Whew, sneezes. But what this game is it's more of a, well, how can I help out my fellow player, right? So, like, right now, for example, Gith wanted to camp this mob to get a specific item. I don't need anything from over here. This doesn't help me at all. But Gith wanted to get a specific item, and Gith and I help each other out because, we're friends and we enjoy gaming together. So, he camps a lot of mobs for me, and I'll, help camp mobs or whatever. Like, we kind of work as a team, and that's what I like about games like this. Whereas something in World of Warcraft would be like, okay, well, you want that, you got to go get it. So, I don't know. I like it. Lose XP is fun, but losing all, don't know. What happens if someone happened IRL and can't go back? Well, that's a whole other issue that I've talked about a lot. Like, every class having some sort of recall ability. Like, how do you feel about that? Do you think that every class should be able to cast Gate or have some form of Gate? Because that literally goes into what you're saying. What if you're deep down in a dungeon, something in real life happens, and you have to leave? So what do? Just log out in the middle of a dungeon where you're probably going to die? So, yeah. I think if we dumped corpses at the beginning of zones after a set number of hours, that would help. Maybe there's a wipe, just done, log. Yeah, grab the corpse later. Yeah, I mean, I get all that, and I don't necessarily disagree with any of that. It's definitely frustrating. Sure. Gate potions or Hearthstone should be equally available to everyone, and take away the Gate spell. Yeah, I think taking away the Gate spell might be rough, but I do agree that I think that everybody should have some sort of ability, like a get out of jail free card, for emergency situations. This isn't 1999 anymore. We're not limited by certain things. Everybody should have a way to get out of a dungeon they're deep in. Certain classes have it worse than others. The fighter has it worse than anybody. Like, it's really the only class that has nothing that can do other than just run and train to the zone line. At least everybody else has something. So I feel for you guys. I get it. But it's not up to me. You guys have to take that up with Sean and the rest of the team to see if they will add Gate potions or just more things. There are Gate potions. They're just super expensive. They really shouldn't be that much. That would be a good money sink too. I feel like, make a Gate potion. And make it based on your level. Like, you have to be below a certain level for this Gate potion to work, and it costs a silver. And then once you get to a higher level, you have to get a more expensive Gate potion. That could be a good money sink for the... Especially for the martial classes that don't have spells that they have to buy. Like the spellcasters that get Gate all have to buy spells all the way up to level 60. So they, generally speaking, have less money than the martial classes. But only a little bit. It's kind of it's a weird thing. Because they can actually go and solo stuff and gain money easier. They have better ways to solo in the game and to make money. Again, fighter has really no way to go out and make money. Like, what am I going to do? Chop down some trees and sell them? That's pretty much it. About all you do. EverQuest felt pretty special, though, having to get a friend to come res you, port you, forcing you to bring along a wizard. Yeah, that's what I like about it. That's the reason that I like this game the way that it is because of that social aspect. Like, knowing a good fighter meant that you had a good tank when you needed one. You know, knowing a good cleric meant that you had a res when you needed one. Knowing a wizard or a druid meant you had ports. Like, it was a social thing. The wizard needed the tanks and the healers. The tanks and healers needed the wizard for ports. You know, everybody needed everybody, and it was a community feel. And we're definitely getting away from that in more modern games, and I don't like it. Well, I think that the reason that people don't go in the dungeons is it's not because it's hard to get out of. That is a reason, yes. I'm not trying to disregard that. But the reason they're not going into dungeons is because it's not worth their time. So part of that is they don't have an easy way to get out of the dungeon. A gate potion or some sort of easy way to get out, right? Or having a wizard or a druid to be able to teleport your entire party out. So that is one of the reasons. Another one is the XP rewards are not good enough. Another one is the item rewards are not good enough. Another one is you need to have a full group to go to those dungeons, and it's hard to get a full group together. They're just farther out of the way. They need to incentivize all of that content far more. If they want people to do that content, they need to incentivize it far more. Because of all the punishments to it, right? The gate potion situation being one of the punishments. Sure. Most MMOs are single-player games with some group content. Yeah, exactly, Muffin. Yeah, most MMOs, single-player games with some group content. This game is hopefully going to be mostly a group game with mostly group content. Just going to pull these singles in this room so we don't get a big respawn. But you're good. I've got bandages. I can use those. What's going on here? Why farming these guys? 50 is max, right? This is in game. Level 60 is the max level, and two of us are level 60. But we're farming this for an item. Gift's got a monk that he wants to get a tunic for, so we're farming this for the tunic. EQ the dungeon has significantly better loot, especially late game. Setting an easy area, hoping for quality loot wasn't an option. Your character would drastically be underpowered. Yeah, and that's what this game needs to work on, is the itemization. First off, they need to make it more difficult. They need to make the game more difficult everywhere. And then make the dungeons extremely difficult, where you need a party, which you do in a lot of the dungeons in this. And then they need to incentivize it with better XP and better loot inside the dungeons. If they do it properly, people will want to group up. They will want to go to dungeons. They will want to get the loot. They'll want to get the XP. And then people that don't have as much time, just want to get a little bit of XP or just kind of play on at their own pace, will do the outdoor content that won't get them as much XP or as much loot, but they can get something done in a smaller amount of time. So, did I try EverQuest Legends? No, I have no intentions of trying EverQuest Legends at this point. None whatsoever. At this point, the only reason I would play EverQuest Legends would be for the views. And while I am doing this and I do need to have the views, I don't, I'm not gonna, yeah. Anyway, I'm not playing EverQuest Legends. I have no intentions of it. Terrible game, terrible company, terrible everything. It's not what I'm looking for. Yeah, believe it or not, I do have some integrity. Not much, but I do have some. Didn't play EQ for 25 years, and I really enjoyed it, the beta of EverQuest Legends. I'm sure EverQuest Legends is fun for certain people. It's a single-player action RPG set in Norath, is all it is. If that's what you want out of a game, then I'm sure it's great. But it's not what I want out of an MMO. I've already played EverQuest. Why do I want to go back and play it again by myself? Sounds boring. If I'm going to play an ARPG, I'll play Diablo or Path of Exile. Want to thank you for the access giveaway. I'm totally addicted to the game. It's freaking awesome. Wish I had a friend invite so I can have fun with a friend too. Maybe you'll get one. Maybe you'll get one. But yeah, just definitely sign up and everything. But I'm glad you're having fun, Sadie. Glad you're enjoying it. Guess I like it because it brings back a lot of old memories. So yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? Once the nostalgia wears off, though, are you still going to enjoy EverQuest Legends? That's where I'm at with it. It's fun to go back and play EverQuest for the nostalgia. But the nostalgia part of it gets stale quickly. To me, it does. And then you're just doing the same thing that you always did, but now you're doing it by yourself. So I don't know. Yeah, some people are gonna like it. You get to play EverQuest, but without all the grouping and playing with others. Yeah, that's what it is. And I want to group and I want to play with others. That's the reason I like these kind of games. Even though I do solo sometimes, I do that for testing purposes. I want to do that to see, how easy it is to solo, how hard it is to solo. I play this game in a lot of different ways, but I prefer to play in a group. That's why I prefer this game. I play EQ Legends if it somehow made Eminem a release quicker. It's not going to make it quicker. Speaking of, I need to download Diablo 4 again. Diablo is fun, man. Like, I actually enjoy Diablo. I know a lot of people hated on it. When Diablo 4 first came out, there was a lot of hate towards it because they didn't really revolutionize anything. But they've made a lot of improvements. I haven't played it in about a year now. But they've made a lot of improvements to Diablo. And yeah, if I'm going to play an action RPG, it'll be Diablo or Path of Exile. When Path of Exile actually comes out, Path of Exile 2 comes out into 1.0, I'll probably play it a good bit. Like, I enjoy those kind of games. Played a bit, but I think I still prefer to just play a fresh TLP or something. I much prefer, if I'm going to play EverQuest, I would much prefer to play on a fresh TLP server than this EverQuest Legends thing that they're doing. I have no desire to play a game like that or like this completely, utterly solo. And you don't have to play it that way, I know, but it's basically a solo game. Definitely play Eminem when it comes in October. Yeah, absolutely. And I think EverQuest Legends is a good distraction for people that are waiting for Monsters and Memories. It's a good distraction. Go play a different game. Don't burn out on this game. Go and burn out on EverQuest Legends for a month, because you probably will get burned out after about a month. And then be ready for EverQuest or for Monsters and Memories when it comes out. Making myself hold off playing more Eminem. Got my main class up to 16. I'd rather wait. Yeah, absolutely. Find out the class that you like. Play different ones. Try out the different deep dives when they come in. See what class works for you. Read about them. Understand them. I'll tell you which ones are going to be good or bad for different things. And then, pick your class and go with it. Looks kind of fun, but why the heck would I play it when I could play Monsters Memories? I'd be more likely to play if it was a private server. You're talking about EverQuest Legends if it was private? Like the hero's journey was? Yeah, I try to avoid the private servers and stuff as well. It's... I don't know. There's a fine line there of... Like the hero's journey, right? They weren't taking direct subs. You couldn't pay them directly, but you could donate to them. They took in a lot of money utilizing other people's hard work. And I don't know, it kind of feels bad. Feels bad. So I kind of avoid a lot of the private servers, like even P99. I avoid that kind of stuff, even though I know that Daybreak almost endorses P99. I still disagree with it. You know, but anyway. I like it for a casual dad game. I want an MMO to be hardcore, but Diablo 4 being casual is fun. Yeah. That's Diablo 4 is much more casual. That's why I prefer Diablo 4 over Path of Exile. And I know there's going to be a lot of people that are the opposite of that. They're like, nope, Path of Exile is way better than D4. I think that Path of Exile is like your really hardcore ARPG game. You got to put a lot of time and energy into getting the right build. And I don't want to have to do that. It's kind of annoying. But that's what I don't like about ARPGs in general, is that you tend to go out there to a website for somebody that put in all the time and the effort to figure out the best build, and then for the class that you want to play, and then you just make that and play that character. And to me, I don't know. I don't want to have to number crunch that much. I just want to go out and enjoy the game. So that's why I don't play a lot of ARPGs. But they're fun for a couple weeks, month, and then I'm kind of done with them. And that's how I feel about EverQuest Legends. It's going to be fun for a couple weeks or a month. And then I would be tired of it anyway. So I just don't want to go and play it because of that reason. Do you know what class reworks are next? I do not, unfortunately, no. You don't need to. You can make your own build, even if it's not the best. You can, yes, but why would you? And then you're gonna struggle doing certain things. I don't know. It just the way that's the problem with those games is they kind of create content for those players that are trying to push the boundaries. And so you kind of have to create a character that pushes those boundaries. If you just want to play the game and get and finish like the story, the main campaign, play whatever you want. You don't have to do any special builds. But if you want to actually do the quote in-game content, then you have to have like a really strong class that pushes those boundaries. So I guess it just depends on your play style, what you enjoy doing. The amount of players for a raid in Monsters Memories, they don't have a set number in design, right? They don't have like a you need 30 players or anything like that. It's right now they probably will be doing that in the future. Their raid content has been very lackluster so far. They've had raid content and it was fun, but it was basically you could throw 1,000 people at it and just kill it very easily. You could zerg almost all the content in the game. But they're working on that, so we'll see. The raid content will not kill the game. Like maybe for you it would, But the raid content is actually what's going to make this game grow. It's going to be part of what makes the game grow. I think if they got rid of the raid content, the game would still be fun for a while, but ultimately people would they would level, they would play the game for a bit, and then they would leave. There's nothing for them to stay. No reason to continue, you know? And there should always be some reason to continue. But at the same time, there's a reason. Like, all the people that I would say that don't want raids are your casual players. And those players make up a very large number of the player base. And you need those players too. So, yeah, I don't think you need... I think an MMO like this needs raids, but it doesn't have to be the primary focus. And I think that's kind of what they're trying to do with this game. Is they don't want it to be like everybody wants to get to in-game and do raids, but they do want to have it. How long did it take you to get to 60? It depends on your class. I've soloed to 60 and got there in about 150 hours. But in a full group, trying to get to level 60, you're looking at 400 to 500 hours. That's in a static group that knows where to go, what to do, how to play. If you are trying to do it in a pug, you're going to be more hours. You can just make more group content. You can make more group content, but it's not the same thing. It's just not the same thing. Like, that you would think, you know, oh yeah, just make more group content. It's an easy problem to solve. It doesn't have the same feel. It just doesn't do the same thing. Not to mention, if you just make more group content, people are going to burn through that content very quickly. The whole point of the raids is that you take 50 people to a raid and it only drops like 2 items. So getting that gear takes a lot longer. Those raids also only spawn once every 3, 4, 5 days. So it takes a lot longer to be able to get that gear. Whereas if it's just single group content, okay, well, I'm just going to go camp this for 24 hours until I get the item I want. And then if you're just able to get the items much more easily and much more quickly, and people burn through the content much easier. So it's just a different play style. And I'm not trying to say that raiding is for everybody. It's clearly not. But an MMO like this without raiding, it'll be fun for a little while, but ultimately people will burn out. They'll get tired of playing it. They're going to quit. Then the casual players are going to be like, well, I have nobody to do the high-end content with when they want to do the high-end content. You need both. You need the casual players and the hardcore players. You need the hardcore raiders and the casual people that have absolutely no intentions of raiding to make a game like this successful. You need both of those people for different reasons. So... Probably not as fast as Wizard anymore. No. Yeah, Wizard was super fast. Getting to 60 takes a considerable amount of invested time. You need to be able to, yeah. It takes a lot of time. If it's all open world raiding, it's going to end up like P99, raid rotation being top 1 to 2 guilds, require 24 availability. I believe the devs said hard no on instant content. It's a hard no, but they're looking at ways to do it. So they're actually looking at ways to instance content right now, but not in the same way that people understand instancing. Like, instancing has an odd definition, right? Like, you can think of an instance as being only our players can zone in, or whoever is in our group can zone in and do this content. That's one type of instance. Another type of instance would be the picks from EverQuest, or the layers from World of Warcraft, where you have instances, multiple instances based on if there's 1,000 people versus 100 people versus 10,000 people in a certain area, right? You have more instances of that area, so more people can have access to it. Those are different ways you can look at it and different ways you can define instances. What they're looking at doing for this game is more triggered encounters. So you would gather up some items, and then you would trigger a boss. So that boss is your boss. It's an instance of the boss that you triggered. So that is your content, but it's in the open world. And then they're having stuff now where at least they're trying to figure out how to do it, where when you engage a boss in a certain area, your group stays in that area and anybody else is kicked out of that area. So it's still contested, but it's instanced in the fact that only your group can engage it. Whoever engages it first, and then those people have to fight it. You can't add people to that later. It's whomever was there to engage it is engaged it, and they have to kill it or die. So they're looking at different options, and we'll see what they do with it. No, it doesn't. It makes the game boring. Raids are most of the time just Zerg, unless it's instance and with hard mechanisms. Well, yeah, you're basing it off of your opinion of raids, which is unfortunately incorrect. You're just basing it off of your personal experience and not looking at the overall experience from other people, unfortunately. Like, I don't know what else to say to you other than that, but if you find raids boring, that's a you problem. That's not an everyone problem, right? Like, that's your opinion. This is all opinion stuff. That's all I can really say about it. That's your opinion of it, which we all have different opinions. People won't play or buy or subscribe to a game if there isn't high-end content. Again, that's also an opinion base. There will be people that will play this game without raids. There will be people that play this game with raids, right? There's going to be people that play the game either way. It doesn't matter. There will be more people that play the game, and the world will feel like a more living, breathing world if they have both of those things in. How I've explained it in the past is you have the hardcore players that love raids, and they level up quickly, they do the raid content, and they look really cool, they have the really cool gear, and they sit in town, and they show off all their gear. And then you have the casual players that see that player and are like, man, one day I hope to have that really cool gear, and I hope to look like that. So the casual players has something to push for, something that they can say, I aspire to be like that in the future, while the hardcore player are actually doing the content. So if you take away the raids, you have nothing for the hardcore player to play and do, so it takes them out of the game, and then the casual players has no one to look up to as a, like a leader in that space, like a kid looking at a Major League Baseball player or a Major League, or a professional athlete and saying, one day I want to be like that. They have nothing to aspire to. And, that kind of takes the wind out of your sails. Does that make sense? So that's why we need both. Because if you just have the hardcore players want people to show off their stuff to. And if the casual players aren't playing, then they don't have anybody to show off to, and you need both. Where are you hunting right now? This is in Glass Flats. There's like a ramp up the cliff wall in Glass Flats that comes up here to these raiders. There's just a ton of them up here. trying to appeal to too many different audience will kill the game. But you're not really appealing to too many different audiences. We're talking about two groups of people that ultimately share the same. They're sharing the same. It's the same audience. They just do it a different way. We're not trying to say, oh, this game needs to be PvP centric and it needs to be heavy raids and PvP and some casual content and some platforming in it, and we're not trying to spread it around to like a bunch of different people. We're talking about one group of people that play the game in two different ways. So you're really not spreading it out that much. Raid will bring a lot of drama. If they don't have raids, okay, if you want to talk about drama, if you don't have raids and everything is single group content, do you think there's not going to be any drama for that single group content? There's already drama for like go to the Horvath camp or go to a certain camps in this game, and there's already drama that happens around those camps because that's where the good loot is, and you only need to have a few people to be able to camp it. So it's much easier to go and do that. So there's going to be more drama if there's not something for these hardcore players to go do. So that it doesn't really take the drama away. Like it's just, yeah, you're not gonna alleviate the drama because you don't have raids. That's not how that works. It's just a different type of drama. Always be drama. Why would you play a game, get to 60, and sit in a 5-man group, do the same thing over and over? Yeah, I agree with you, Vishan. I think I think that raids are like, it would get boring doing this all day, right? You get to level 60, and now I'm just going to go back and camp low-level stuff to get the best gear. Now I've got the best gear in the game. Now what do I do? You know, like it's just. There's a lot of things they could do though. There's ways they can go with it. They could possibly potentially keep the boss spawns pretty short, but then have weekly lockout system. They could. Yeah, they could do lockouts if they want to. We'll see. Raid is just more players, mobs fighting. Kinda. I mean, it's a little different than that. Some people, I like raids because I like the idea of a bunch of people working together for a common goal. Like, it's fun to go and be like, this thing hits way too hard. It has way too much health. I need more people, and I need people to know what they're doing and to play well. And it's just fun. It's fun playing with a large group of people. You know, it's like, I think we talked about this with soccer, since soccer right now is really big with FIFA World Cup and all that going on, right? What if they just were to take soccer? What is it? 11 people on the field per team? I don't follow soccer. I don't know a lot about it, but I think it's like 11 people. What if they were just all of a sudden like, we're just going to go down to 3? Would the game be as fun to you? For some people, maybe yes. For other people, probably not. And that's kind of how I look at rating, right? Like if we just, we're going to take baseball and it's just going to be the pitcher and the batter. We're not going to have outfielders. We're not going to have basemen. We're just going to have a pitcher and a batter, and that's it. Like it just, you know, sometimes it's fun to have more people, and I think a game like this needs that. You know, if you want to play a game that has no raids and is just single player content or small group content, there's plenty of games out there that are like that. So, you know, why are those games there? Why should they make another one of those? There's already a bunch. So, I don't know. That's just how I look at it. Not sure Blizz ever posted data on things, but in my opinion, Mythic Dungeons were never as successful as raiding was. Yeah, I don't know if they've done that or not. I mean, Mythic Dungeons are cool. I think it's a fun way to play the game. But yeah, I wouldn't expect them to be as popular as raiding. But it might be because they weren't as rewarding. Like a raid, like, I don't know. A raid you can do, you take 40 people to or whatever, and then you only get like a few items out of it. So, I don't know. I think it's different for different people. What's the cheapest for a newbie monk to get a hands on something throwing weapons to make pulls? The cheapest way, you can actually go and buy thrown daggers for 1 copper each. If you want to, that's a way to do it. Or you can craft them through blacksmithing. To craft them in blacksmithing, you have to get leather. But you can craft them in blacksmithing. The blacksmithing makes 100. It makes 100 at a time when you craft them. But you need like 6 or 8 leather or something. You need a lot of leather to make them. Drama isn't always bad for a game. Give them something to talk about. Drama can be good, yeah. I mean, how I look at it is, you know, you have your rival team, you know, in a sport. I was a big Braves fan, Atlanta Braves fan growing up, and you know, we'd have a rival team, or you have, you know, I watch college football, so UGA is my team, and then when you play another SEC team, Florida or Alabama or something, you know, it's a big game, and you have that rivalry, and that's drama technically, you know. Like, I don't hate people that are Florida fans. My dad's a Florida fan. And I don't hate people that are Florida fans. But I got some drama. I got some beef with them, you know. And that's what makes it fun sometimes is to have that for certain players. Instance bossing, I hate the idea. I hope they don't. They don't want to do instances. They're trying ways that they can avoid instances as much as they can. We'll see what they do. Raids are also promote more social interaction. If you're in a group, you don't have to coordinate. Yeah, that's exactly it. You know, like a... oops, that one just gate? It did. A single group is just much more easy. I look at soloing and small groups and comparing those to full groups, and then taking that and comparing it to raid groups. So think about it this way. If the entire game was soloable, and then they decided to just throw in the best loot in the game into groups and then made a little bit of group content, it would be the same thing, right? As making the game mostly group content, but then throwing a few things that are multi-group content, which are the raids. It's kind of the same thing. It's much easier to do it with a fewer amount of people. It's easier to get those people together to do it. All of that. And it's less rewarding, in my opinion, once you defeat it. But you could look at it in a lot of ways, I guess. The feeling of achieving something, going out with 20, 30, 40 people, 3 or 4 hours as a purpose. It does feel special to the people that like it, right? To the people that enjoy it. There are going to be people out there that don't like raiding. And that's okay. Like, those people are allowed to not like raiding. Packer fans are doo-doo. Yeah. I don't know. I think mythics are more popular now when they have a choice, not really comparing to this. Yeah, I mean, I haven't played World of Warcraft in a long time, so I have no idea if the mythic dungeons are more or less popular than raids. No clue. Mythics, wow, it's group content and it's toxic. Yeah, I'm sure it is toxic. Oh, you're not pulling exactly this amount of DPS. You're on this class, and you're not doing this rotation with this amount of DPS. That's what Mythic Plus content became. That's what that would be the problem if they don't have raids in a game like this, and they just make group content, and then just make more challenging group content, and they keep doing that. eventually it's going to get to the point of, oh, you're not playing the meta class with the meta build, with the meta gear, doing the meta rotation, and it's going to end up being extremely toxic. So, you know, if you think that taking out raids is going to remove the drama, and then adding in more group content is somehow going to be less drama, you're very sorely mistaken. There would be a lot of drama with single group content. If they don't like raiding, then don't raid. Yeah, you don't have to raid. There's no reason. You don't have to do it. It's kind of like PvP. I don't like PvP, so I'm not going to go to the PvP server. But if you like PvP, by all means, go to the PvP server. I'm not going to tell the devs I will tell them I think they should remove PvP from this game. I don't think that it's needed, right? Just like somebody else might say, I don't think they should have raids in the game. I don't think it's needed. But, hey, raids are like PvP. I think that PvP will add certain people to the game. I just don't think it's going to be worth their time to do it. But, hey, if they want to add it. Go for it. Have fun. Enjoy. I would say they're more popular nowadays. The Mythic Pluses are more popular nowadays. They might be. I don't know. I haven't played. Got to go for now. Thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate it, Vishon. My subs are not popping in. I don't know why they're not showing up. So if I don't call out a sub and you guys see it or whatever, let me know. I'll try to call them out, but they're not showing in my feed today for some reason. I think there's a bug going. I haven't played WoW since the previous expansion pack. Retail is not fun. That's what I keep hearing. Every new retail expansion on World of Warcraft, the game becomes less fun to me. And so I haven't been playing it myself. And I have no intentions of going back to World of Warcraft. They've made it too solo based. They made it too much about me. Yeah, I don't know. It's just not for me anymore. But that's how I feel like about this game too. If you look at this game and you're like, I don't like it because of, and you name something, well, that's what this game is. And maybe that just means that this game is not the right fit for your playstyle, and that's okay. This game doesn't have to fit every playstyle. I'm not playing EverQuest Legends because it doesn't fit the game that I want to play. And the company sucks. But I'm not playing, another game because it doesn't fit what I want. I don't go to those games and say, nope, you need to change your game to the way that I want to play it. I say, no, make the game that you want to play, and I'll decide if I want to play it. I don't want to play EverQuest Legends. No intentions of playing it because it's not the game for me. But doesn't mean that they should change it. Pantheon, same thing. I disagree with a lot of what Pantheon's doing. It's not the game for me, so cool. Make your game however you want. Not the game for me, so I'm not going to play it. Speak with your wallet, not with your mouth. Let them know. Be like, hey, I don't like this game. I think you're going in the wrong direction, and then leave. If enough people leave the game that have the same opinion that you do, and not enough people replace you that have a different opinion than you do, then maybe they'll change the game. But if you continue to play the game that you don't like, it's not going to change. It's literally not going to change. Because they're not going to hear you. Oh, I hate this game, but I put in 1,000 hours into it. Well, then you may not have hated it as much as you thought you hated it. Raids give additional challenge by coordinating, just like your sports example is typically in-game content rewards. That's what I agree with. Yeah, it gives you, it's a different type of challenge. It's a different type of of thing. Like, I could play a single player game that's very challenging and get some satisfaction out of doing it. And then I could play a multiplayer game, like a co-op game that's got 2 or 3 or 4 players in it. That's still super fun and challenging, and I'm enjoying that. But this game is one where I want to play with a bunch of people, and I want to try to coordinate that. That's part of the fun to me. People find part of the fun to Diablo and Path of Exile is figuring out those super powerful builds that we talked about earlier. That is super fun to people. I personally find that very tedious and unfun. I used to like doing it, but I kind of got tired of number crunching all day long to figure out how to do billions of damage to kill a boss in one shot. I got bored with it pretty quickly, and I don't find it fun anymore. That doesn't mean that Path of Exile or Diablo are not fun games and that people won't play them. Just not the game for me. I find a lot of fun in coordinating a bunch of people, kind of being like a party planner, right? Maybe I should have been a party planner as my day job, and trying to figure out how to make it a fun experience for the most amount of people and get everybody where they need to be and all that. It's a different type of thing. We get drama at every camp, even early ones. Oh yeah, there's drama all over the place in this game. I was a tank in World of Warcraft, quit because everyone has their own way of doing things. Was too much stress for me. I'm super burnt out. Yeah, that's the thing about tanking. Tanks oftentimes are the least played class and they're the most demanded class because they're the least played class, and that's because they're very stressful to play. Because the healer is going to blame the tank for taking too much damage or not positioning in the right place. The DPS didn't, you didn't have enough threat, so I pulled. There's just a lot of things, and people play differently. Oh, you're supposed to kill this mob, then kill this mob, and then a different group. Nope, you're supposed to kill this mob first and then this mob, and it's like, oh my gosh. Yeah, playing a tank can be very stressful. I agree. I enjoy PvP when there is an area for Battlegrounds. I am much more a Battlegrounds PvP player than I am a open world, free-for-all ganking PvP player. Devs have some weird hills they want to die on too. Oh, in this game? Or are you just saying devs in general? But you are not wrong. Like no teleport overweight, no teleport with mounts, etc. It's just anti-quality of life. You're talking about this game in particular. Yeah, they have some crazy hills that they absolutely want to die on in this game, and I don't get it either. The inventory management being one of those hills that is just like, why? Like, why is it that big of a deal to you? The lighting is another one. Why is it such a big deal that you want to make it so dark? For what what does it bring to the game? What is it? The immersion. Yeah, I get it. I know what it brings, but I'm just saying, like, ultimately, really, what does it bring to the game? But yeah, I agree with you there, Faradon. Like, I'm willing though to accept some of those quality of life issues because I really enjoy the game. But there is a line, right? And how far that line is depends on the player. You're liking Pantheon? I spent 300 plus hours already in PTR alone. I put 3,000 hours into Pantheon. Pantheon as a game is an okay game, and I enjoyed the game as a game. The problem I have with Pantheon is more the company, the direction they want to go, or the lack thereof. They know where they want to be. They want to be a super successful, higher player base, old school style MMORPG. They have zero idea how they want to get there. Like, they just don't have a plan. They think they have a plan. They don't have a plan. And they're just all over the place with every update. So that's my issue with Pantheon is it's the development process. So I would like Pantheon, but yeah, they keep reinventing the wheel, and I'm tired of reinventing the wheel. What I need from Raze is good boss fight mechanics, good loot table. That's kind of what I'm looking for. I want this game to be somewhere between EverQuest 1 and World of Warcraft, like early World of Warcraft, I would say Wrath of the Lich King and earlier, as far as mechanics are concerned, right? I don't want crazy mechanics, but I don't want tank and spank EverQuest mechanics. Something between those two would be great. I do kind of miss the days of classic WoW where you were more forced in a certain role. Yeah, I prefer that too. Someone wants to is known as a tank or healer. Yeah. Your tank always dies. That happens too. Tank is usually the first one to die. That's very true. Yeah, that's another reason I don't like World of Warcraft is because of that flexibility of the roles. Oh, I play a druid? Okay, well, what druid are you playing? What kind of druid are you playing? You know, are you a healer? Are you a DPS? Are you a ranged DPS, melee DPS? Are you a tank? Yeah, that's... I prefer dedicated roles. Much prefer dedicated roles. Hi, stinky lady. You might be stinky. I don't know. I haven't smelled you. Not really. You probably are stinky. You had a plane flight for 35 hours. You took a shower after that, though, right?
Nope, not yet.
You haven't taken a shower yet? Then, yeah, you probably are stinky, honey. Oh, yeah, I got my Blockbuster. My girlfriend went to out west, and she went to the last Blockbuster last week sometime. She brought me a T-shirt back from the last Blockbuster on the planet. It's very bright and yellow. So I probably will not wear it a lot, but I know. You got to see some of the clothes that I got while you were gone. You'll see some. I'll be putting them on. I'm fancier now.
Wear clothes.
I'm a fancy... You don't want me to wear clothes. What are you talking about? She's a liar, guys. She's a liar. Telling me to put clothes on. She's just trying to make it family friendly. But she's lying. Lying to you. Lying to me. Lions and tigers and bears. Oh, my. But yeah, I don't want to see like the flex rolls, you know? I don't want to I don't want like the fighter being flexing into a DPS. And there are people out there that want that, you know? And I get it. Put your feedback out there, let the devs know you want a fighter to be a tank or be able to flex into a DPS, or you want your druid to be able to heal or DPS equally. You know, some people are going to like that. But I don't. So, I am saying my preference, you say your preference, and we'll let the devs decide on their preference. I don't mind druids being good at both DPS and healing, but they shouldn't be as good a healer as a cleric and as good as a DPS as a wizard or necro. Yeah, that's exactly it, right? That's kind of where I'm at with it. I don't mind a jack of all trades, master of none kind of thing, like a druid being jack of all trades, master of none. I don't mind that. But if they can DPS as well as a wizard while keeping a group alive as well as a cleric, literally at the same time, there's a problem. What are we farming for? I don't know. Some sort of tunic that Gith wants. I was asked to come over here, and being the team player that I am, I was like, sure, I'll come over here. I don't mind helping Isar anytime that he needs help. He is almost always there for me, helping me out, do all sorts of stuff. So when he asks, I just show up because it's the nice thing to do. Are things auto casting for you? It seems like armor break is just auto triggering. No, I'm hitting the button. I have I created an in-game macro, so it's casting my abilities. Vest of the Glass Viper? Yeah, I think that's what he's going for over here. That's what he wants. I got 2 gemless staves back to back yesterday. Nice. You gonna stick a gem in them? You know, that would be a cool thing that they could do with this. Something that they did with Diablo and Path of Exile is like socketed items. But I guess that's kind of what they're doing with enchantments. I guess it's kind of a similar thing. You get an enchantment, put it on the item. Sorry, I'm doing like 2 things at once here. Thought the deep dive isn't out yet. Any ideas or expectations when we're going to get Bard specifically? I have no idea. I'm hoping, though, we get Bard sooner rather than later. It's one of the ones that I think needs some of the biggest updates. Like they don't need to drastically change the Bard as far as its play style. I mean, I personally won't play a Bard with its current play style, but I know some people like it. But I think that they need to really update what the Bard can do and how well they can do it. It's yeah, it's not great in my opinion. Oh my goodness. It's the Glass Viper. Maybe we'll get the item we need. I don't know. Oh, shoot, I'm not targeting it. I gotta pay attention. I heard someone say Bard Elementalist would be next. Just speculation. Yeah, I have no idea. Sometimes the devs will mention it. But I have no idea what the actual planned next one is. I play Shadow Knight tank and never die. They are good tanks for sure. They're definitely good tanks. Five wisdom boots. I don't. No, they're not bad. Well, the good thing is that we're getting int stuff here, wisdom stuff here, tank stuff here, and then like melee stuff here. Like this melee DPS. So you're getting kind of everything at this camp, which is really nice. They need more variety at most of these camps like this to entice people to come to fight at them. Alright, I need to work on my weight again. I quit playing this beta a few weeks ago. I don't want to burn out before release. Yeah, and that's smart. Yeah, I don't. I keep telling people like it's kind of to that point now where it's just kind of wait until release for a lot of people. There's people that haven't gotten access to the closed beta yet, and those people would love to get in and play. And that's why I think the numbers are kind of staying fairly even. Because there's people that are playing a bunch, getting burnout, quitting, but then there's people that are getting invited in every week, and it's just kind of keeping it, it's maintaining the numbers. But I think ultimately it means, well, it shows a little bit. It shows like, well, what is there going to be to do? What's going to keep players coming back and wanting to continue to play? And I think they need to start to look at that a little bit more closely. 6 weeks, so they lock servers though. Lottery will likely only run 2 or 3 more weeks. Yeah, they're supposed to be locking it possibly in mid-September. So we'll see what happens. This year is going by very quickly. I feel like. I mean, I say that almost every year. This life starts to speed up, man. Super fast year, yeah. I'll owe taxes again soon. Hopefully I don't owe much taxes soon. Golly. Well, no, hopefully I do owe a lot of taxes. Actually, because if I owe a lot of taxes, it just means that my YouTube and Twitch content took off, and I have all of you to thank for that. Hopefully I have a lot of taxes. Most of the time I don't. My taxes are usually really easy. They're like, you don't make enough money. We can't tax you. We feel bad. Well, thanks. I appreciate that. Let me keep my money because I'm already poor. On the roadmap page, it says September 1st lock. So yeah, September 1st. The idea is that they will lock the build September 1st, but we will most likely still be able to play. Probably through like September 15th or maybe 20th, something around there. They're probably only going to kick us off the servers for 1 to 2 weeks prior to October 1st. But they want to lock the build and just do bug fixes, like major bug fixes. From September, for all of September, it's just gonna be bug fixes. Like, they're not talking about adding in additional content during that. They don't really want to add in additional class changes, and it's just gonna be mostly bugs. Maybe some balancing. Hopefully some balancing. What the heck was that? Wow, that was weird. That's not what I just saw, was it? Yeah, well, whatever. Thought I saw something else. Did you hear Sean talk about chat bubbles? I'm so hyped. He doesn't want to do chat bubbles? Yeah, Sean definitely doesn't want to do chat bubbles. He's not a fan of those. What do they expect us to do? Touch grass? Ew. I did plenty of grass touching last week. My goodness. I was so busy last week, guys. It was just nuts. Can you explain a little about this game? I've seen a couple clips and just came across your stream, and it looks interesting. I heard good things. So yeah, this game is it's an MMORPG. It is created with old school games in mind. So it's not going to hold your hand. There's not going to be a lot of tutorial. It's going to be a harsh game. It's not going to be hard, like challenging in the sense that if you don't push the right button at the right time and blah, 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 blah. Not going to be that mechanically challenging, but it's going to be brutal. And it's going to be all about exploration, finding new places to fight mobs, new items that you can grab. It's about teamwork, working together with other players to achieve goals. You're probably not going to be able to just play by yourself and do some of the more challenging content. You're going to need to have a group or sometimes multiple groups. So that's kind of what this game is. It's very comparable to old school EverQuest and World of Warcraft back from like 1999 to early 2000s. Or games like RuneScape. Very comparable to that. If you have more specific questions, happy to answer them. But that's kind of the gist of this game. He said he got Goblin to make a prototype for it because all the WoW players are asking for it. Oh, did he? Okay. Well, we'll see what he does with that. If they do it, make it where you can toggle it on and toggle it off. Yeah, I didn't hear that. I missed Sean's last stream. I didn't watch it. This is what happens when I don't watch one stream. I can't inform you all of all the things, and people will kind of rely on me to inform them. Not be on by default, yeah. And I think some people will like it, some people won't like it if they do it. I'm sure they're gonna do a prototype for it, do it in dev to see if it's okay, if they like it or not, and then decide if they're gonna push it out. Is it like WoW auto attack plus press spell buttons? Yes. Yeah, you're going to be pushing all these abilities over here on the right-hand side of the screen, way over here. Those you have to actually use on cooldown. So you turn auto attack on, and then when auto attack is on, you just do your normal auto attacks, and then you use abilities or spells. You clipped it and we'll link it? Yeah. I'll check it out. I'll probably just not do a recap on that last Sean stream. I don't know. I'm way past the date on that at this point, so I'm not too concerned with it. I might go back and listen to it at some point, just so I have the information. It won't be because, yeah, it's high level stuff. Well, it's because we are high level and these are low level. So yeah, you won't get tons of XP. You'll just get easy XP. It was a good stream. Yeah, I'm sure it was. I was just, yeah, that was Saturday. I think we went bowling. You know, went out to breakfast with mom and my son, and I just spent the whole day hanging out with them. That was the last full day that my son had with my mom, so I wanted to make sure that we all hung out and spent it together. And I noticed that Sean... Actually, no. We were going into a play. That's what it was on Saturday. When Sean started streaming, I was going in to watch my son and his play. He was in theater camp last week. So I went in and I did that play, went into the play with him and watched it. And then, yeah, we just spent a bunch of time together. Which, honestly, was way better and more important than watching Sean stream for 2 hours. I had a much better time doing that. That's why, like, it kind of irks me sometimes when people say, "Oh, you just sit there and play video games all day." That's not a job. And it's like, well, it kind of is. And not kind of is. It absolutely is. Because when Sean streams, it's like your boss calling and being like, "Hey, I need you on this work call right now." And you kind of have to be like, "Okay, well, I guess I'll get on that work call." You know, same kind of situation. Sean's not my boss, but same concept. People don't realize that it is absolutely a job. It is tough work. I'll be gone again this weekend. I'll probably stream Friday. I'll stream Friday morning. I probably won't stream over the weekend though. Saturday and Sunday, most likely. Well, definitely not Saturday night. Got a wedding. A wedding. I'm actually really looking forward to that wedding too. Mostly because I get to see all my friends that I haven't seen in a long time. I moved to South Carolina like 9 years ago. Well, probably more than that, like 10 years ago or something. And when I did, I lost track of a lot of my friends. I don't hang out with them nearly as much anymore. Ugh. Need to look at the old stock portfolio stuff today. After getting that raid the other day by the stock guy, I need to keep checking. I also like to laugh at SpaceX. How's SpaceX doing? Let's see. Oh my goodness, SpaceX actually gained. It gained some. Maybe it's time to start buying it. I don't know. I still think it's gonna. I think it's gonna still get below 100. The who?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm still trying to figure out where that one spawns. I think it's a roamer. Was checking stocks when you said that. I looked at the screen for a second. Is this the Truman Show? Yeah, I like to look at them like once a day or so and just kind of see where we're at. I usually wait until 4 o'clock or after 4 o'clock, and I just check like the day and see what happened, up or down, like what's trending and all that. But it's fun to look at them throughout the day sometimes too, and just see how things change. Because they usually spike in the mornings and then level off in the afternoons. And it's fun to kind of watch that. I wonder if ScanDisk is still skyrocketing. People that put in money into ScanDisk over the last couple years, they have made bank. More than doubling their money in like a year or something. Nuts. Let me look. No, I don't want to look at that. Problem is you need money first and then put it into stocks to make money. That is true. That is true. It's still fun to do even with a little bit of money. But that is true. You do need to have some money to put into stocks to make some money. That's, yeah. That is the hardest part. But, you know, putting a little bit here and there and just kind of dabbling in it, it can be fun. It can also be very stressful because you might think, hey, I got a couple $100. I'm going to try to turn it into $1,000. And then you might end up with 0. Yeah, SanDisk. Yeah, not ScanDisk, whatever. SanDisk. The one that's skyrocketed up, whatever it's called. It like went up like 200 and something % in the last like year. Yeah, SNDK, SanDisk. Yeah, it's up. Wow, that's up 12% today. In the last year, it's gone up. Okay, sorry, I'm wrong. It was way more. It's gone up 3,600% in the last year. So if you put in $100, you would have $3,600. It's insane how much money that if people actually had money in it when it started. Like, it's just absolutely bananas. Like, yeah, just back August, July, August of last year is trading at $50. And then as of June 15th, it was trading at over $2,100. Nuts. Absolutely nuts. He said in his last chat that all the classes probably won't be done by launch. That's the ones that don't get or not change much anyway. Yeah. Well, that's the thing is like they're not going to have them in by early access. It's not going to happen. Anything that uses computer memory has gone up 700%. Yeah. Yeah, it's gone up a lot. This game out now? It is not. No. It's still in beta. This is a closed beta. You can get access to the closed beta by opting in on their website. It will be out in early access October 1st. Opt in the PvP server. There's a reason you need people. It's because nobody wants PvP in this game. Oh my gosh, attack. What is this lag? Jeez Louise, this lag's been bad lately. There's not that much PvP? Yeah, because the people that are playing on it don't actually want PvP. That's the whole thing. That's why there's not many people playing it, is because people don't want PvP. So the ones that are playing over there, there's not much PvP. There's no point in the PvP server. That's all there is. Like this, they don't. I don't think they should even have it. I think they should just take it away. But people want it, and that's fine. But it's just not. It will never be a highly populated server, other than maybe the first week or two of early access. PvPers are always the smallest minority, yet always the loudest. Devs always cater to them in every game. They do often, yeah. You're not sure what folks' issue is with PvP? I can tell you exactly what the issue is. I don't want to be sitting in a camp fighting a monster that's challenging and end up with low health and low mana, and then have somebody just swoop in and kill me when I'm out of mana and already low on health. Or I go AFK to go to the bathroom and I come back dead because somebody killed me. Or I run to the top of a cliff and somebody that's invisible at the top of the cliff does a knockback ability and knocks me off and I die. Or I'm at the bank or trying to get to the bank and somebody's just standing right outside of the area and kills me on my way to the bank. I don't want to deal with all that. The griefing is the problem. And it's going to happen. PvPers are going to be like, hey guys, come to the PvP because there's nobody here and we need more players. And then as soon as you do, they're going to grief the crap out of you and be like, get good. You suck. And then they're going to be like, why is nobody playing the game? Please come back. Why would I do that? Why would I walk into that? It's like getting punched in the face and then being like, hey, can you punch me again? What? Like, why would I want to deal with that? Sounds awful. That's you. You are not there to grief players. You're one person. You don't dictate how everybody else in the server plays, unfortunately. That's the problem with it. You're never going to have a lot of people on the PvP server because of a few bad apples that just want to ruin everybody else's day. So you can beg for people all you want, but until somebody comes in and stops those people that are griefing people and prevents that from happening or whatever, it's not going to be fun. I log as PvE isn't changed due to PvP bound. Oh wait, wizards say hi. Yeah, that kind of irritated me. Very irritating. We had guild versus guild fights over here over a camp. Was fun. I'm sure it's fun for the people that want to do that. There's a gymless staff. Oh, that's the 14 charisma staff. Yeah. My inventory is getting so loaded. And griefing is fine to do according to the rules? Yeah, griefing is fine to do according to the rules. You can grief players as much as you want. Yeah. When you get high level, there are a few spots you can have to join a guild, XP, or get ganked. Yeah. I'm sure it's an issue. Yeah, I'm pulling a bunch of stuff just to pull it, but we don't have to. I gotta get rid of some of this stuff, though. I kind of want to get rid of the sparks of magic. I'm not going to really need those, but I need to save a few. Man, I hate the inventory space in this game. I need the phantom residue. Eat one ration. Oh, like get rid of the one? Yeah, I could. I'm not worried about it. I'll figure it out. She's pathing in from like around the corner. All right, I want to keep this. I want to keep this. I want to keep that. Yeah, well. No. Demeter's higher. I think. Yeah, these are like 41, 42. When I was leveler pro here, getting in and keeping that camp was a nightmare. Oh yeah, I'm sure. Lots of spawn in there. Same level. Yeah. Have a good rest of your stream. If you don't see you before the weekend, enjoy your wedding. Thank you so much, Don. I appreciate it, bud. I'm just going to kind of stay in this room. I don't want to keep pulling stuff from everywhere. Come play on the PvP server? Nope. I'm good. I gotta figure out what I'm gonna do with all these leather and padded leather. Oh, we can get rid of this. Purple Book is a clicky spell shield. Same spell shield that Inquisitors and Shadow Knights get. The level like 48 one or something. What's this? It's also got 11 intelligence. It's a offhand. Best offhand for stat wise for most int classes. Guild looks at my videos to learn. Awesome. I'm glad you guys do. I'll be making some more of those hopefully as we get closer to early access and things start to come together. They're just kind of all over the place right now. Way too much what if kind of stuff happening, and yeah, it needs to settle. I think we're just gonna camp just this room for a little bit. I'm just tired of pulling everything from the other areas, and since the second name comes in here, we'll just kind of keep doing this. Makes it easy, man. Makes it easy. It ain't easy being cheesy. Gonna look up some more fun stocks. Makes you kind of like sick when you find a good stock like SanDisk that skyrockets up 3,000% in a year, and it's like, man, I wish I would have gotten on that bandwagon. That's why you can't look at that kind of stuff. You just gotta Do what you think is best. Buy index funds? I have a few of those, yeah. That's where my main stuff is. But that's boring. Well, it's not that it's boring, it's that it's just, that's the safe bet, right? That's where, if you're gonna, that's where, like, you know, your 401ks and all that kind of stuff go into. Just generally speaking, it's the safe bet.
Yeah.
And a dip, bit to go, and now sell calls on it. Yeah. And sometimes you can do that. It's all about knowing which one is going to go up or down at the right time, and the thing is, you don't know. You pretty much never know. I was reading something recently, and it was like talking about over the course of like 10 years, if you put money into something and over 10 years you didn't touch it, you'd have this amount of money. If you missed out on the top 10 best days of its increase, then you would have this amount of money. And it's far less. So like if you try to buy and sell like short in a short amount of time, generally speaking, you end up losing a bunch of money. But not always. It's just the whole thing. Just the whole thing. There's a reason they want 25K to day trade. Yeah, well, I mean, yeah. You need a little bit of starting money. I wish I had a lot of starting money to do day trading. Yeah, it's definitely a tough thing to do. You can make a bunch of money, you can lose a bunch of money. They took that rule away? Did they? I didn't know there was a rule for that. Like, there's a rule for day trading? You can't just throw in as much or as little money as you want? I never looked into it closely enough. I figured they would just, hey, you want to throw your money at it, go for it. Wouldn't recommend it, but you can. Hey, you can sit there. Worst that happens is you die here. We gotta res you. You had to have over 25K to trade more than 3 times, rolling 5-day period. Trades in one day. Oh, was that with like a certain company or just in general with the market? Eminem opened a forums. Wonder why. Oh, did they actually finally open up like an actual forum on their website? Discord has a link. Uh-oh. Let's look. News. That was from then. This is from yesterday. If your account has been actioned, please follow the appeal process linked in the email received. It's crazy to me how many people are actually getting actioned lately. Holy moly. Happy Friday. Oh my gosh, dude. This is a lot. What constitutes a camp? You know, that's a little bit arbitrary, but like we're sitting in this room, so we have this camp, right? Basically, any static mob that spawns in here, you know, like within a certain area, that's what a camp is. They're trying to define it. They're trying to define it, but anyway. Going to set this right here and see what happens. Oh boy. The forums are live. Your game account is directly tied to what you post in the forums. Alright. Sign in with Monsters Memories account. Continue with Eminem account. Error. You must sign into this page. Oh my gosh. Hey, we're in the forums. All discussions following tags, monsters. That is a bright green tag. This definitely needs some more work. Definitely needs more work. But it's a start. It is definitely a start. So if someone came and said on the gymless staff lady, would that be your camp since you're not in her spawn, but she walks over there? That's where it becomes kind of one of those... It's weird, right? Like, technically, yes, that would be part of this camp. By definition. But... depending on how you define it. That's the problem. They have said many times, like, what is a camp and what's not a camp, and they kind of change it based on certain situations. Static mobs are part of a camp, roaming mobs are not part of a camp, which would mean that the named the Sora or whatever her name is, Soraya, that named is technically a roaming mob, so can't be camped because technically it roams. But I've also had them tell me that mobs that are static camps are roaming. It's just kind of all over the place. They need to keep working on it. They honestly, they don't. Some people that are enforcing the rules don't understand the way the game works, or the rules, or both of them, and how it works within the game, and it becomes very confusing. They could put something in game. Group to a camp. They use UI and occupy the camp. That locks. Maybe. Yeah. You claim the camp. You're staying in the bed, but the other room's a different camp. Kinda. But that's the thing. Is it a different camp? Is it part of the same camp? Like if I'm in a group of say 6 people and I'm only allowed to have, let's say, these 5 mobs in this area because that's a camp. Well, now you've just made it to where nobody's going to want to bring 6 people to this camp. Right? So that kind of goes against they want to make this a group game. It goes to more of the solo, duo, trio kind of game. If you are going to enforce camps that are going to be smaller camps. So you kind of have to have enough enemies in an area to support a full group, and there's just a lot to it. It's silly. Camp the spawn point, but if that starts walking, it's open. Not going to cause trouble at all. Yeah, it's definitely going to be an issue. It's already been an issue with camping and camp disputes and stuff in this game. It's going to be more of an issue, and some of that's honestly it's on the GMs to decide what camps are, how many mobs are in a camp, and actually define all of that. Because I've seen it in areas like the Poachers or the Sangrel, actually, over in Keeper's Bite. There's a couple of tents that are kind of next to each other, that are nearish each other. If you sit right between those tents, and with a full group of 6, you could pull both of those camps pretty easily and get XP from both of those. But if another player comes in, if you have 6 people sitting between those and you're clearing both of those camps, and another, let's say, duo comes in, they can say, well, we want this camp, and claim one of the tents. And if they petition you, the GMs will side with them and say that that is 2 separate camps. And it's like, well, for 2 parties of like 2 or 3 players, that's 2 separate camps. But for one group of 6 players, that's 1 camp. And they don't do a very good job at defining that and enforcing that. It's based on how many players are at the camp, what level those players are, how many mobs are there. Like it's just, there's too much what if kind of situation, and honestly, the GMs are not doing a very good job of separating those things and looking at all of the pieces. Like I hate to say it that way. I know it sounds kind of mean towards the DM or the GMs, but they literally don't look at it that way. They look at it as, oh, there's 6 mobs in this camp. I don't care if you have a party of 6 people or if you're solo. That's 1 camp. And then there's 6 mobs in the camp next to it. That's a separate camp. And it doesn't matter if you how many people you have. Doesn't matter what level you are. Literally nothing else matters. And it should. You guys there for Viper? Yeah, we're here for Viper right now. They're saying 1 tent of 4 mobs is 1 camp. Yeah, and 1 tent of 4 mobs for 1 player is a camp. But 1 tent of 4 mobs for 6 players is not a camp. So it's different definition. Split your group and take them both. Till then, leave, remake, party, Rules say if you can't clear the camp, then you can't claim it. Well, yeah, but that's the thing. If with my group of 6 people, I can claim 3 separate camps and I can clear them as they spawn, then I say that is one camp for a group of 6. But if another player came in and said that they wanted one of the camps and petitioned you, the devs have and will continue to do so until they decide to change it. They will force you to share the camp, and it's kind of garbage. Like, I had a duo one time in an area, and our duo was able to kill everything in the area except for maybe 2 mobs, right? There were like, let's say 10 mobs in the area. On any given cycle, we were able to kill 8 of those 10 mobs in a duo. Then in comes a solo enchanter and petitioned and said that we had to share the camp because we weren't able to clear 10 out of 10. We were only able to clear 8 out of 10. The dev came in and said we have to share the camp. So now the enchanter solo was able to charm stuff and clear 10 out of 10 mobs solo. So now we're sitting there getting 0 mobs because we were told by a dev that we had to share the camp. But we were there prior to the other person showing up. And we would have said, fine, take 2 of the mobs. You can kill 2 mobs every 10 minutes. We have the other 8 that we have claimed. But no, the dev said we had to share. And that person decided they didn't want to share. And they just wanted to take all of the mobs themselves. Because they could. You see where the problem comes in? PvP would fix that? No, it wouldn't. PvP would just make it, okay, I'm in a duo with my friend, and you roll up with a trio and kill the duo. Or you roll up with 6 players, or you roll up with your whole guild and kill the 2 people that are there, and then leave one person there and say, okay, there you go, you have the camp. Now you're just being a jerk. So it doesn't fix the problem, it just makes the problem a different problem. PvP doesn't solve anything, ever. It just causes more problems. It just causes different problems, I should say. Probably a better way to put that. But that's also part of the issue where I don't want them to have the ability to twink and power level so much. Like, you can twink and power level so easily. So then what's stopping me from saying, okay, I am one player and I'm a one very twinked character at, let's say, level 20, and I have a power level shaman that's level 60 that's power leveling me. Well, now with my one character being power leveled with all this really good gear, I could take up 3 camps that full groups would normally have to do because I'm being power leveled. So which one of those is actually a camp, right? And we have to define that now. That's the problem with this entire thing. And the devs at one situation will say it's this, another situation they say it's this, and another situation they say it's this. There's very little cohesiveness between why they do it from one to the other. And it's because they do it on a case-by-case basis. In this case, you are not killing the mobs fast enough, therefore you have to share the camp. In this case, you are killing them fast enough, so you have claim to the camp. In this case, this and this, and that's the problem. It's just an issue. It removes a third party saying you have to share something. You're not understanding something here, Duck. It resolves one issue by creating another issue. It doesn't solve anything. It just transfers one issue to another issue. So now you have a PvP issue that now a third party would potentially have to resolve because now it's a griefing issue. Okay, well, are they allowed to grief me like that? Are they allowed to spawn camp me? Are they allowed to, whatever? And then it becomes a different issue. That's the problem with it. Most people are reasonable. Doesn't matter if most people are reasonable. It's the one or two people that are not reasonable that cause the problem. 90% of the time, right? Most people would say, oh, you're two people that are killing 8 mobs in this area. There's 10 total mobs in the area. Do you mind if I kill 2 of them? Or, hey, I'm not going to kill any of those because you're clearly clearing most of the camp and it's not worth me to come in here. That is most people who are mostly reasonable. The unreasonable ones are going to come in and be like, you have to share this camp because you're leaving up 2 mobs and now I'm going to take over the entire camp with my charmed mob. Unreasonable. That's the problem. It's not the reasonable people that are the issue. It's the unreasonable people that are the issue. You won't hear that on PvP. You absolutely will and do hear that on PvP. Go to the forums and look at it. It's there. People are complaining about PvP often. There's no camp rules? No, there's griefing rules, though. Different. It's a different rule. You're not understanding what I'm saying. You have to follow the entire logic. You're talking about camp rules. I'm talking about remove camp rules, make it PvP. Now there's griefing rules that you have to deal with. Are they allowed to grief me and do that kind of stuff? And yes, in fact, they are to some extent, but they're not to another extent. It creates a different problem. Just because it removes one problem doesn't mean it doesn't cause another problem. So PvP has its own issues. It might solve some issues, but it creates other issues. Sounds too restrictive for an MMO? Maybe. It might be too restrictive. It might not be. That depends on you and your play style and what you want out of the game. We had a guy try to gank us and made us wipe, and we camped him, and the devs sided with us. That's good. That's good. Petition a GM on PvP till being griefed. They will laugh at you unless it's been going on for 3 or 4 hours. Maybe. It depends on how you're being griefed. You're making very generalizations, using specific situations, but generalizing it is the problem. Like, you gotta, it depends on, that's literally my point. It depends on the situation, and it depends on which GM you get. You're going to get different results each time. Oh, you're saying that these too restrictive if they can spawn camp you and train you? Yeah. It's just, the whole thing's going to be an issue. Like, just give us some time. If you are right now on the PvP server and like to do PvP, you're actually in the minority and you are the problem. And you just don't realize it because you are the problem. I'm just letting you know. You can disagree with me all you want, but you are literally the problem with PvP. Because the majority of people that are on the PvP right now actually, in fact, don't want to PvP. So when you go up to them and PvP, you're doing what you want to do, but they don't want to do that. So they look at it as annoying and griefing, and you look at it as you're on the PvP server, we should be PvPing. But they don't necessarily have that choice because they were given the option to either play the game or not play the game. And they're choosing they want to play the game. It just happens to be on a PvP server. And that's why you don't have as many people on that server, because they don't want to PvP And then people like you who do want a PvP are on the PvP server going, well, I want a PvP and you're on a PvP server, therefore I can kill you whenever I want because I want to. That's why there's not many people on the PvP server. That's why they end up playing for a little while and quitting, because they don't want to do it. And it's a problem. What do I think about PvP zones? They could do that. I think that if they're going to do PvP in this game, they're going to have more rules to it. Either PvP zones, faction-based PvP, some sort of consequences for actually PvPing players. Some sort of rules have to be there. Otherwise, it's just going to be players ganking other players until they get to the point where the players getting ganked all the time quit the game and no longer want to play it. And then you just are left with griefers griefing griefers, and then it's not fun for them anymore, so then they also quit, and then you have nobody on the server. I'm just telling you what's going to end up happening. Like, you don't have to believe it, but it's what's going to end up happening. Guild versus guild fights are fun. They are fun, yeah. Guild versus guild fights can be a lot of fun. Sure. But you got to find 2 guilds that want to participate in that and do it. So I don't know what to say. Go find 2 guilds that want to do that. And then hopefully that's fun for everybody involved. High risk PvP zones. It could be fun, yeah. It potentially could be fun. Depends on how they do it. Like, first of all, you would need to reward PvP in some way to get people encouraged to do it. But then you also need to punish people that just run around ganking. You know, you got to have it both. Why even waste resources on PvP? I don't know. I don't know why they're doing it, other than there's a few people and the few of the devs that like PvP. That's, you know, whatever. They want to do it. It's their game. They're going to do it. Let them make it. But I agree with you. I think it's going to be a waste of resources. My friend's group is on PvP just because it's what we got into. We would rather be on PvE, to be honest, but you're completely accurate. Yeah. We don't have time to know life like the current people who are griefing. Yeah, exactly. Like, that's another thing about this game is people want to be able to play it casually. They can't just log in, play casually. The dad gamers that already want to be able to solo in this game, they're not going to be able to do that. Like, if I'm in a PvE server and I'm playing a Necromancer and I just want to play casually and, you know, I'm a dad gamer and, oh, crap, all of a sudden I have to change the kid's diaper or whatever. I can feign death, go change the diaper, come back, and continue where I left off solo. But on a PvP server, I can't do that. I have to log out of the game. If I don't log out of the game, if I just feign death, somebody could literally come in and kill my character while I'm away. Feels bad. The original D&D game, I had PvP, so I feel it's more in that spirit, playing the PvP server. I think the PvP, the PvP server would be fun if players respected other players, but they don't. Some might, but the majority, or there would be a minority that won't respect the other player, and that they're going to ruin it for everyone else. They're going to ruin it for the non-PvPers, and they're going to ruin it for the PvPers, because what's going to happen is, though, that minority that just likes to grief people and likes to cause issues because they think it's funny are going to push away the people that just want to casually PvP and play the game and be on a PvP server. Those people are not going to want to be on the server. And then your server is going to become dead, and then the PvP or the rest of the people that want to be on a PvP server are going to be like, Why is there nobody on the server? And then the whole thing's going to become dead. But, you know, keep telling yourself that it's some sort of other weird issue, but it's because the PvPers treat people poorly. They gang up on them. They grief them. They tell them to get good. They pick on them. You know, people just don't want to deal with that. I've had some horrible experience in PvP, not gonna lie, but it's hilariously nostalgic. Yeah, I mean it can be fun for a little while, but if you plan on playing this game, which a lot of people do, plan on playing this game for months, if not years, it's just gonna get tedious after a while. Do I want to log in today and deal with this or not? And a lot of people are gonna say no. They don't, in fact, want to log in and deal with it.
Yeah.
Dude, join my group asking for help, waited for us to pull, drop party, and ganked me while you had threat. Yeah, exactly. Then camped your body. Yeah. That is what I'm talking about. Those bad players are going to be the ones that cause the other people to not want to play on PvP. And then the ones that actually enjoy PvP and do it legit and want to make it fun, they're not going to have people to play with because of those bad players. Fun for me, not for thee? Exactly. That's 100% what it is. You know, so I feel bad for everybody involved in PvP. I would totally go play PvP if people actually had any respect. Well, if some people had any respect. But it takes one person. When we watched Pantheon, when they added in the PvP service, the Pantheon, that was very eye-opening, I think, to a lot of players. There were quite a few people that wanted PvP. They kept saying they wanted PvP. And then you had all these groups of people that just ran around ganking people. They would literally, like, you would hit level 5 or whatever. I think you can't start PvPing until you hit level 5. As soon as you hit level 5, there was like a level 10 player that would nuke you and kill you. Like, that's not fun. It's not fun at all. I don't know how that's fun for the PvPer. Like, haha, I killed you. You just got level 5 and I'm level 10 and I could just kill you in one nuke. Yay. How is that fun for anybody? It's dumb. I've had some good experiences over there, but there are a lot of griefers for sure. Yeah. It's the internet. Exactly. It's the internet, right? So I'm just going to avoid it.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
It's like hazing. It is like hazing. Makes me wish there was a criminal system similar to Ultima. Yeah, well, that's why I'm saying, like, there needs to be a punishment, right? There needs to be something negative. They can't have PvP with zero consequences. Ultima Online had consequences. Like, you PvP there, you couldn't go into town because you become an outlaw. Big consequences. You think the PvP dev adds a plan that in? We'll see, yeah. We'll see what they do with it. They need to do something if they're going to make PvP enjoyable. But I just don't think it's ever going to be to that point. I don't know. Maybe it will. Since I was given wedgies and swirlies from elementary school up through my first year of employment, I personally love being able to grief people on video games online. Oh my goodness, Todd. Once you out-level the Twink PvP bracket, you won't run into much PvP till you get to higher end camps. Okay. But that's on a server that's... The reason for that is because of what I've already said, right? It's because people aren't sticking to that server very long to get to higher level. And then the ones that do stick to the server long, they get to the higher level, and then it becomes, okay, now all the people at higher level fight each other. But you get to a gap where there's just a group of people that are pushing to that higher level content versus the people that have quit the game because they don't want to. They don't want to deal with the griefing anymore. That's the only reason. But if they were... I don't know, man. I don't know how to explain it to you guys. It's gonna be a bad, and it's gonna be a complete disaster unless they put something in there. I mean, I hope for the PvPers, the people that actually like it, I hope that those people enjoy it, and I hope they find the right groups that they can play with, and somehow, miraculously, the PvP server is populated enough to where you guys can enjoy yourselves. I don't think it's going to happen, but I wish you the best of luck with it. PvPers, we get to the point where they could not sell... or buy from anybody because they're murderers. Yeah, that's kind of the consequences that they need to have in a game like this. Yeah, there were anti-PK groups, all that kind of stuff. Yeah, I've out-leveled several problem twinks. It's funny seeing them turn blue. Gaslighter Gatekeeper are my favorite duo to watch because chaos. Well, are those two people that are on the PvP server that grief a bunch of people? I mean, that's the thing. You guys are going to popularize and make them feel special by watching them and laughing at them and think that it's fun, but ultimately it's ruining the PvP server. You wholeheartedly agree, not just making a PvP server and call it a day. Yeah, that's what I think they should do, but, you know, whatever. Went to lunch. Viper Tunic yet? Nope, no Viper Tunic yet. I see you're level 60, just like me, so what's the plan for you? I mean, there's no in-game content once you farm your Bisque gear at the moment. Well, right now, what's my plan? I'm beta testing a game, so I play a lot of alts. And I test things out, and I give feedback on what's good and what's not good, and I learn where different mobs spawn and what they drop and all that. I'm doing what I'm supposed to be doing as a beta tester. Right now, I'm just helping somebody camp this so they can get a tunic that they want. That's what this game's about, though. Like, it's about making friends and hanging out with friends and doing stuff, right? That's what this game is. It doesn't always have to be an objective. It's like when you go... I actually had this question when I was in college. Professor asked the class, when you go on a cruise, what's your destination? Like when you go on a vacation and you take a cruise, what is the goal? And people were all like, "Oh, well, getting to the location that you took the cruise to." Like if you go on a Caribbean cruise and you go to Cozumel or whatever, or Belize, or you go to these different locations, is that your destination? No, the cruise ship is your destination. That is it. It just happens to move around, but the cruise ship is your destination. And that's how I look at this game, is it's like, you know, getting this item and camping these mobs and doing this are the things, those are the goal of the day, but ultimately the destination is this. It's playing the game with other people and hanging out. Like what I'm doing, but they need something to reward top-end players like AAs. Yeah, sure, but they don't need that yet. Right? It's still in beta. Like, raids will be a thing eventually and give people something to do. In-game kind of quests, epic quests, you know, stuff like that. They're going to give players something to do and something to push for. But ultimately, the game is meant to be, let's get with my friends, group up, hang out, have a good time, play the game. The enjoyment of playing the game is the game. What you get out of the game is just, you know, fun and, you know, whatever, gives you something to kind of, like a goal, I guess, within it. But don't I want to test the in-game content? Yeah, and I already did test the in-game content, and I told him it was absolute garbage, and they took it out of the game so that they could fix it so they can put it back in the game. So yeah, I absolutely want to test the in-game content. They're currently fixing it and putting it back in because it was absolute utter trash. It was terrible the way that it was implemented. So they're fixing them. Game is like 15-20% complete content wise. We aren't anywhere close to needing in-game stuff yet. Yeah, exactly. Like the in-game will get there. They have a lot of it planned. They have a lot of ideas. They need to fix it and then put it in the game so that we can actually test it and try it properly. It wasn't being tested. It was just being zerged. It was dumb. You hear it's not coming back until early access? By whom? Because that's incorrect information. No dev has stated when the raids will be back in, but most likely they will be back in before early access because they want to test it. Like they want it to be tested. Like, I don't know. Couple of GMs told you that? I don't know what GMs told you that. Hang on 1 second. I got to take this phone call. I'll be back in just a minute, guys. right, sorry, I had a phone call with. We're trying to figure out stuff with our cell phones and switching stuff around. And they told me they were going to call today, and they just called. So they actually called me back. I was very surprised. What class is Gith? Gith is a shaman. I'm trying to help somebody with camp spots. Where do we go? Like in the mid 40s, Isar? Do you remember?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I recommended. Was Upper Salmon. Mid 40s, glass flats undead. Yeah, that'll work too, yeah. Orcs and Shallow Shoals. Shallow Shoals orcs. I mean, yeah, they are around that level. They'll be a little bit low for that group, I think. I think they're like 40 to 43 or something. You think Monster Memories will have success at launch? Likely be another Pantheon. That depends. I think it can have a lot of success, like a crazy amount of success, but it ultimately depends on if these, if the classes, how much change they're going to be making after early access starts. The reason that Pantheon failed miserably is because they tried to continue to fundamentally change the entire game multiple times without adding in new content. So if this game releases and its foundation is there and they don't adjust the foundation a bunch, like small tweaks here and there, some balancing changes, etc., that's fine. But they're not like constantly changing the foundation and they just continually add new content, the game will be extremely successful. But Pantheon was like months, 6 months without any new content. It went for a long time without any new content. And then when they finally added in the new content, it was broken and buggy and unfun and not rewarding and all that. And then meanwhile, they're constantly reworking this class, reworking that class, changing how stats work, all of that kind of stuff. And it just made it really tedious. So this game could be extremely successful if by early access they're not doing that. Right now they're doing a lot of that, and that's why I call it out. Because they're doing a lot of reworks with the classes. They're doing a lot of tweaks with the numbers. And we don't know really where the dominoes are going to fall. They're just kind of throwing them out there, and we're just going to have to see what happens. But if they do it right, this could be a very successful game. Glittig Hollow. Yeah, that's again low 40s. They need something like mid 40s. Like 45. Lowest mob being 45, highest mob being like 48. That's the range I think that group is looking for. And that's kind of a tough range. Not a whole lot of stuff there. Go up to 47, I think, at the highest. At the top floors, yeah, like the top 2 floors, it might be around there. But again, like if they have keys. I might need to make a sandwich or something here in a minute. I'm getting hungry. Actually, I'm going to find out from the lady what we're going to do for dinner, and then I might. Okay. I'm going to check and see what our dinner plans are and then decide if I want to make a sandwich or something. Higher up on the orcs or higher 40s? Are there? Did they go up that high? We went and did the orcs not too long ago, camping for something. I didn't realize they went up to the upper 40s. I thought they were like 40 to 45 range. Does your fighter being encumbered affect anything? Just my run speed. That's pretty much all it affects. Now he's no longer encumbered. I know, right? Just need a shaman or a druid and you have heals and wizard in the same class. Grain of salt, but wiki shows all the named orcs are 45 shallow shoals. Yeah, that's why I was thinking that that's the high end, right, of the level. So like the named are 45, which means that all the other enemies would be lower than 45, like 42, 43. But I don't know. Like, I have never actually camped at level with the orcs in Shallow Shoals. I've always done it at higher levels and just kind of gone back and done it, which kind of goes back to what we were talking about earlier, that this game needs more incentive to go out in those areas. It just doesn't. There's not nearly enough incentive for full groups and to go like exploring in deep areas like that. And just kind of feels bad. Elder Drakes, Ivor spawn maybe. Yeah, the Elder Drakes are good. The Ivor spawn though, that's the named, right? That's like up the ramp area to where the undead are. You could do that. A lot of people don't realize there's a named up there. Yeah, for the book, yeah. A lot of people they don't realize that area is even over there. But that is a good area. I think it's a fantastic area. But not nearly enough people go up that way. Again, because it's just a pain in the butt to get all the way up there, and then once you get up there, people are like, "Oh, well, I've got to go. How do we get a replacement?" and all that kind of stuff. It's really hard to replace people up there at those camps. So a lot of people just don't go up there and camp them. You want to camp your keys for Nyx? They could do 3 towers. They could do that, yeah. Those are lower 40s, I think, aren't they? I don't remember what level those the name for the. Yeah, I think those are lower 40s, but. Yeah, it's just a matter of people need to get out there and learn where some of these things are. I think that's part of the problem is they're not willing to explore. You have much multi-attacks? You talking about the fighter has a lot of multi-attacks? Yeah, I don't think that they should have triple attack. Undead Tower and Glass Flats at 45. Yeah, I think that's a good place to go at 45. That's where I think that group should go is the undead. That undead area in Glass Flats is probably best for that mid-level 40s up to like level 50. And then you can even go higher into that area and go higher up into 50. Like you can get to 55 up there. You ever find yourself waiting for the next attack? It seems to be consistently triggering, allowing you to land extra attacks. As you get higher level, no, you're pretty much constantly attacking. At low level, yes. But at higher level, when you have, like, I've got faster weapons, so these are a 28 delay. And this one's a 24 delay. So every 2.5 seconds or so, I'm attacking. And I can double attack or possibly even triple attack. So it's just constantly attacking at this level. Like, you don't really stop. Do you know what you need to have a check to show your blocks on your log? To show blocks? Just if the monster hits you, I believe. So if we do this and we do combat, here, let me open this up. And we do combat, melee hit me, I believe blocks will come up under this, and it'll say damage, like your hit and damage, and then it'll say next to this blocked. And in this case, it would say blocked 12 or blocked 13. I don't have a shield on, so I won't be blocking. But it should say it right next to it. Like this, if I do this ability right here, see where it says absorb next time it hits me? If it hits me, there you go. See where it says 27 absorbed? It'll say blocked some amount. Or 27 blocked or whatever. Should. What skill level is needed to achieve this? To achieve constantly attacking? You don't need a certain skill level. It's just as you get higher level, you get faster weapons, you get dual wield, double attack, all that. So it depends on your class. At level 1 on a monk, they have double attack, or they have dual wield. So at level 1, a monk is constantly boom, boom, like doing a lot more attacks. So it just depends on your class. I was hoping to only get blocks and not hits. Well, blocks are part of hits. When you block an attack, you are hit by the attack, but you block some of the damage. So I don't know that you can separate just blocks. You might be able to, but I don't think you can. The level for triple attack is level 55. Yeah, you might be able to, Brian, but I don't know if you can. I don't think you can. But yeah, triple attack's level 55. Dual wield is level 1, 10. Yeah, level 1 or 10, depending on your class. I don't think any classes get it later than that. It might be level 15 for some classes. And then double attack is 10, 15, or 20, depending on your class. I play a Beastmaster in the free last free trial. It was available before the revamp. I played with 2 weapons, but didn't have repeating attacks like you did. Oh, because they don't have double attack at the time. They now do have double attack. So the Beastmaster gets it at like level 15. I think they get dual wield at 10 and then double attack at 15. So they can get up to 4 attacks per round. So they constantly are hitting now with dual wield. They hit a lot more often. Yeah, but they didn't have that until recently. All right, the girlfriend said we are having tilapia, I think. Let me see. Tilapia, you gonna need a sandwich? I might. Devs remove Speed of the Wild from Beastmaster? They did, yes. They removed Speed of the Wild, and then they gave them their own self buff that gives them 15% run speed. So they have that, which is nice, but it's not Speed of the Wild. But I want to say a good thing is their run speed buff works indoors and outdoors. So it's 15% even inside of a dungeon, which is nice. But yeah, they I don't know. I like what they did with the Beastmaster personally, but they kind of did gut it a little bit. But I personally like it. It's more of a melee class. I think what we're going to end up getting, though, we're going to have a lot of classes that are just physical DPS focused. So we're going to have the Archer, the Monk, the Ranger, the Beastmaster, and the Rogue. And then the Fighter. But the Fighter's a tank, but it's... So those 5 classes are all just physical based, and they're not going to have a lot of utility and a lot of like spells and things. They took a lot of that away from them. So yeah, I don't know. Monk's a tank? Monks are not tanks, no. They are not tanks. They can tank temporarily, but they are not tanks. And that's something that a lot of people are just gonna have to figure out, and they're gonna get confused, and it's just the whole thing. Use the group tool and filter tanks, and it checks the monk. Cool. That doesn't make them tanks. Were you talking about the looking for more when you're doing this thing, where you're looking for more and you add like your thing in there? Yeah, they have a taunt, so they're not tanks. Trust me, monks are not tanks. They're agility tanks, not AC tanks. Cool, they're not tanks. I promise you, monks are not tanks in this game. Not currently, anyway. Take a level 60 monk and go and use them for your tank and see how that goes for you. It's not going to go well. It can function doing like, you know, small XP groups, fighting certain monsters, whatever. It can function, but they are not tanks. You hope they never become tanks? I do too, yeah. Like, I don't want them to be tanks. You've seen them tank everything in the game in Rangers? Well, that's because the game was not hard. The game has never been challenging. They're trying to make it more challenging. I don't know what to tell you. Can they tank certain things? Yes. Are they supposed to be able to? No. Monks are not tanks. They're just not tanks. I don't know what to tell you. I've tanked things on my Spellblade. Doesn't make it a tank. Right? But I have done it. The issue, part of the issue right now, and why Rangers can tank a little bit and why monks can tank a little bit, is because armor class doesn't currently function. The armor class formula is broken. So agility becomes the best stat for tanks. So you can stack a bunch of agility. Now the issue is that monks, rangers, and other classes don't have the same health pool as the tanks do. So a true tank with high agility is going to tank better than your monk or your ranger or any other class. Once they fix the armor class problem, then those classes will definitely not be tanking better. Like, they're just not going to be doing it. So, yeah, I promise you that they are not intended to be tanks. It's just not. It's not what it is. Monk tank's still the best out of all the tanks. Based on what? Because they have high agility. So if I stack agility and I have more health than a monk, do I not automatically become the better tank? So it's based on the stats that you have. Like, monk tanks are not the best tanks in the game. They can tank if they need to, but they are not the best tank in the game. Taunt is for off tanking. Should not tank a plant. Yeah. By that logic, 90% of the classes are tanks because the game is too easy. It is. Yeah, that's 100% what it is. Yeah, like right now, Spellblades can tank, and whoever has aggro is tanking. That's pretty much all there is to it. Whoever does the most threat is the tank right now, because the game is not challenging enough, and a lot of the and the AC formula is broken. Think is agility dodge tanking is too good? Probably. The agility and avoidance right now is too good, yes. I would say overall it's too good. But monks can't parry. They can dodge and they can block, but they can't parry. So that automatically makes all the tanks better because they can dodge, block, and parry. They can literally do all three. So, yeah. There's multiple reasons that the monk is not the best tank. Despite what one person might believe, it doesn't make it true. I'm just telling you, if you use the in-game tool right now and check looking for more, it selects monk as a tank. That's fine. The in-game tool can be bugged. It can be needing work. It's fine. It's not a tank. Most tanks never block because they hardly use a shield. That's true. That's true. Another reason that monks can tank. The game's too easy, the formulas are broken, etc., etc., etc. Has anyone played the Spellblade? Is it fun? I didn't like the Spellblade. Mine's level 36 or so, 36, 37, something around there. And it's not a bad class, but yeah, it's just, I don't know. I didn't like it. I don't like the stance dancing that they kind of want you to do with that class. But some people will like it. If you don't mind stance dancing, like basically where you have a stance, like look down here at the bottom, right down here. And I have offensive stance and defensive stance. And if I had certain abilities that I could only use in offensive stance and certain abilities I could only use in defensive stance, I would want to switch stances, use an ability, switch to a different stance, use an ability. That is what Spellblades do. They have an ability called Conduit, and it does different things depending on the stance that you're in. And then you also have other abilities that cost less mana depending on the stance that you're in. So you want to constantly be switching your stance and using different abilities depending on what you're doing. The idea of infusing an element to a weapon and dealing elemental auto attack is quite interesting. Yeah, it's. I mean, it's a cool class. I just don't like the play style of it. But if you enjoy that play style, it's a very solid class. It's very good DPS. And yeah, it's just fine. Definitely try it out. You might like it. You need to get it to at least level 20. Very minimum, I think it's level 16 or 17 before you get all the different stances and the different infusions. And then you'll start to switch it up. But I think you still get new skills at like level 24. So you need to get at least to level 20 to get a feel for how it will play. And then you'll get a couple new spells or abilities as you get a little bit higher level. Guy's got some sort of knuckle. Double attack and triple attack pet. Oh yeah, that's not great. Pets will double attack and dual wield at higher levels. Yeah, it depends on the level. I think it's like level 20 they get dual wield, and around level 35 or something they get double attack. Something like that, but yeah, they don't ever get triple attack that I know of. All right, let's see. My girlfriend has told me when I was asking about food, she said that there is a 5-layer beefy burrito in the fridge if I want it, which was Taco Bell that she got yesterday. I don't really think I want reheated Taco Bell. Like, Taco Bell's not the best leftover food. As long as they're not lettuce, it's probably fine reheated in air fryer. It probably is, but I don't want Taco Bell reheated. That's gross. Looking forward to the deep dive on Necro, Monk, and Enchanter. I'm really looking forward to the Enchanter. I want to see what they do with it and how they modify Charm. I'm curious on that. Taco Bell's not the best fresh food. It's not the best fresh food either. Yeah, you're right. I do want to see what's going to happen with Monk, though, because like Monk needs a lot of work. It doesn't even have a full ability bar worth of skills. You basically, in combat, only hit like 2 buttons. You know, it needs a lot of work. So I'm very curious what they're going to do with that. Necro, I think, is... Necro's going to be fine. It'll be just fine. Needs more utility to meet the Premier Polar description they gave it. Yeah. I think what they probably will do, or at least should do, when they take away the monk's elemental stuff, so they're going to take away like the Flaming Fist and the Stone Stance, and they're taking away all that, supposedly. What would be really cool is giving monks like a hamstring ability. So like they have a snare. One that is long enough duration that they can keep up permanently. Like maybe it needs to be like 6 second with a 6 second recast. Something like that, right? That could be a really good thing to have for monks. More stuns or interrupts. So right now they have 1 interrupt and they have 1 AoE stun, I think. Giving them like a single target stun, maybe an additional interrupt would be good. Maybe a knockback ability would actually be good for a monk. Like something like an open palm hand knockback or whatever. Which would help them in pulling, because let's say they pull 2 enemies. They could knock 1 back and then feign death to separate the 2 enemies. You know, things like that to give them some pulling utility. Give it a straight up range silence on a long enough cooldown. Can't be spammed. That could be good, yeah. Like a silence prevent casting for 10 seconds so that they can actually pull mobs without them just standing there and just trying to nuke and stuff from a distance. Yeah, something along those lines could be a cool thing. Yeah, I don't know. But something to help them with pulling would definitely be nice. They are supposed to be the premier pulling class. They're the only class in the game that actually has the pulling or puller label on them. Which to me tells me that that's going to be the best at that job. I want these classes, like I want Monk to be the best puller. Fighter to be the best tank. Cleric to be the best healer. I want classes to actually have those roles. I would love to see that. And then the more your class does, the less good they are at it. Druid to finally get something they're not great at. Yes, that as well. Druid to get something that they're not great at. But you also don't want to make them worthless. You know, if they made a druid, for example, they made a druid that was a bad healer and a bad nuker, then they're just bad. And you don't really want them in your party. So they kind of have to make them good enough. But, like, what if they made it to where you had, like EverQuest did it, you basically wanted to have a warrior as your tank, you wanted to have a cleric as your healer, you wanted to have a rogue as your DPS, and then an enchanter. And you basically, every group wanted those 4 classes. Then it's like classes like the druid didn't get any love, you know, because then people are like, oh, well, it doesn't do anything really well. So they need to kind of fix that issue as well from EverQuest. There's good enough, and there's 30% of the population plays druid, which is an insane number. It is, yeah. It is. Yeah, I think they need to be good enough at what they do. Their nuke should be 75% of what a wizard can do. Their heals should be 75% of what a cleric can do. But right now, it's like their nukes and their heals are like 99% of those classes. It's just a little bit too good. Nerf Speed of the Wild to the ground, a suddenly druid population would be a lot more reasonable. Maybe. I don't think that the druid population is going to go away just for Speed of the Wild. Nor will the shaman. I think some of that may be for exploration reasons in a beta. Maybe. It could be, yeah. I call my druid a wizard cleric. It's pretty good. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. A druid is a wizard cleric. It brings wizard DPS and cleric heals to a party and has some utility on top of that. It's just crazy. It's crazy good. Probably too good. Oh no, we got a road captain. I feel like these are weird names for these mobs. A road captain and a road deacon. I don't know why. They're not roads. They're people. The bottom line is I can't envision a cleric's healing power that could make me pick it over druid. Well, yeah, that's kind of where I'm at with it. The healing potential doesn't mean anything. You could heal for 10 million damage, but that doesn't mean anything because, or like you could heal for 10 million healing, like heal per second. It doesn't mean anything because as long as you are able to keep your party alive, that's all that matters. So if a druid or a shaman can keep their party alive and then also add damage or buffs or debuffs or other utility on top of that healing, they're going to be wanted more. And it doesn't matter how much a cleric can heal. You could give a cleric 100% free heals. And they could just heal as much as you need. And they still wouldn't be wanted over a shaman or a druid because ultimately you want to kill monsters faster. It doesn't matter how much you're healing for if you're not killing the monsters faster. So that's the problem with the cleric is they need to give it more things that it can do. I don't think I need this. Yeah, because if I'm going to play a monk, I'm going to play Isar's monk. Disenchant this. But yeah, cleric just needs more that they can do other than just be good at healing. They need something else. So it's the res that make people want them. That's it. Exactly. Yeah. People want the cleric for the res, but they don't want a cleric in their group. They just want to be friends with a cleric for when they die. But you would prefer to have a shaman or druid in your group for XP. And that's a problem. Like you need to incentivize having different classes in your party so that like there should be a reason for every class to be in a party. For rework testing purposes, wouldn't you want to start with lower level monk? I might play a low level monk and just kind of, yeah, as far as leveling it, and I might do that, but I don't want to give it gear for like the first 10 or 15 levels. I want to see how it's going to play as a brand new character. Then I will jump on Isar to test out the higher end stuff with like good gear and stuff like that. So, yeah. If Cleric was in your group and it literally meant nobody could ever die, I would still pick Druid. That's how messed up it is. Yeah, exactly. I would still pick Druid because Druid is going to be able to basically make sure that nobody dies and you're doing more DPS. You're killing monsters faster. Give them a holy haste and a holy damage shield. I think like what they had at one point was clerics could stun and interrupt spellcasters. They were at one point the only healer that had that capability. Then they gave it to druids recently, that druids now have an interrupt, and shaman have a knockback, which it basically is an interrupt. So it's just kind of frustrating. It's like the one thing that you had for clerics, you gave to the other two healers, and that then feels bad. The only thing that they have now is their damage prevention, which kind of just goes into their healing capabilities. They have like an instant cast damage absorption shield. So if a player is about to die, they can put up this instant cast shield to prevent them from dying and then heal them, which is nice, but is not really needed. You know, and that kind of gets to the point of they heal better than anybody else, but as long as the other class keeps people alive, it doesn't matter how well you heal. As long as people don't die, that's literally all that matters. At 60, my damage versus undead is godly clerics can still stun every 12 seconds. They can still do it, but the other classes can also interrupt now. So it kind of takes away the specialness of a cleric if the other healers can also interrupt. It just doesn't feel as good. Like it's not as special. And the cleric undead nukes, to be able to nuke down an undead, that's great if you're fighting undead, but I could also just play a druid and always have that. It doesn't have to be undead. It could be any monster. So again, it's not special for the clerics. In fact, it's restricting on the cleric because it's undead only, without giving them any other benefit to replace that. So it just kind of feels bad. CC would be another option as well. They could do that. They could give clerics some additional CC, and then you put a cleric in your group if you don't have an enchanter. That's a possibility. They could definitely give clerics the reverse damage shield thing, so more than just paladins have that. I agree with that, yeah. I don't know why the paladins have it. I think that should be a cleric ability. Clerics put it on a monster. Like, that would be another good thing that paladins and clerics could get to add to their DPS, because both of them are very low DPS compared to other classes in their categories. So, like, have an ability where you put a Mark of Karn or Mark of Courage or whatever it's called in this game on the enemy, and it not only heals the player when they attack that enemy, but it also does additional holy damage to that enemy. So, like, it could be like a damage shield kind of thing that when they when they take damage, they take additional damage. And it could be something like a small amount, like at low level, like 1 damage, and then at higher level, like 10 damage. You know, at level 60, every time they get attacked with a physical ability, they take an additional 10 damage or something. Something like that, and it would add up, you know. But that could also be broken if you start to Zerg things. So they just have to make sure they balance it. But stuff like that, I think, would be a lot of fun. I would love to see that. But yeah, I don't know why like clerics don't have an undead mez. You know, necromancers get an undead mez. So why not give it to clerics? That could help them be a little bit more sought after, at least when you're fighting undead. Another thing that I don't like, I mean, I understand why they do it, but I don't know, and I don't know how they could change it, is if you take a cleric or any class that can do this and you make yourself immune to all damage, it actually reduces the threat. That monster knows that you're going to take 0 damage, so it instantly fights something else. So when you make a tank immune to the damage, it's actually really bad. You can't use that ability on a tank, because it then makes the mob that they're fighting and tanking attack something else. So those abilities are really only good for like a DPS class that pulls aggro or a healer that pulls aggro. Make it 99% damage reduction instead of immunity. Yeah, they could do something like that, but the problem with that is if they make it that way, then you just rotate clerics, right? You would have this tank tanks the mob, and then you rotate a cleric to do immunity on this one, now immunity again, and then another cleric immunity, and you just rotate it, and you just make a tank immune for an entire fight. So that's the reason why they do it that way. They have to balance it. So they need to figure out a different way to do that. Clerics get that, but it's self-only. Yeah, they have one that's self-only that's immune to all damage, and then they have another one that's immune to all physical damage that they can cast on other people. If you cast the physical damage one on a tank, the mob will no longer attack the tank. It'll attack something else, I believe. At least it used to do that when I tried it. I haven't tried it in a while. Vor, is there something you wanted out of this camp, or are you just kind of hanging out with us? Like, did you want these boots? What are you using? Let's see. Burrow treads. You're just bored? Are these better than your burrow treads? I don't know what burrow treads are. For wisdom, yeah. Would you like them? You can have them if you want them. They're just taking up inventory space for me. Only wear those for the charisma? Gotcha. Do you need a charisma staff? Oh, I don't have one on me. I gave it to Kaz. The gym staff that drops here? I don't know. He might be using it. He's got the Moonrise staff. It's pretty nice. Yeah, do you have one, Isar? We might have an extra one if you want one. I mean, we're not going to do anything with this stuff. We're going to sell it for money that we don't need. What is optional or optimal right now for a monk using stabs or bare fists? At level 9, I chose bludgeoning skill. And so that's going to depend. The best weapon in the game right now for monks, I think, is a two-handed staff that has a proc on it, but it's bugged, and I think that's why it's the best. Some bludgeoning single-handed weapons are also very good. For example, this right here is very good for monks because it's got high strength, high dex, it's got some AC on it, it's very fast. Very good weapon for monks. Their fist weapons are also very good, though. So, like, you take a monk, and it gets a higher damage delay as they get higher level, and then you get a specific monk-exclusive fist weapon that gives them more damage with a slight increase in their delay, and it makes them good as well. So it depends on the weapon, and it depends on your level. So, yeah, it's just kind of hard to tell. But there is specifically one staff that is insanely good for monks, especially a level 55 plus monk. They can fix the solo XP if they want to use a lot more XP in group. There was added XP for every person in the group in EQ and WoW, if I remember right. It should be easy to do. They already do that, Brian. They just need to increase it more. There's already bonus XP in parties. They either need to increase it more or incentivize grouping in a different way. Right now, it's just grouping is just not incentivized nearly enough. Yeah, if they leave XP the way that it currently is in the game, you might see people grouping in the beginning of the game when they don't have any gear and the mobs are kind of challenging and all that kind of stuff. You might see it then, but as people get higher level, they start to learn how to play the game better. They start to get better gear. And they have people that can power level them, you're going to see way less grouping. So I personally feel like they need to incentivize grouping a lot. Really make it the best way to get XP, the best way to get gear and loot in the game. Literally just make it always the best. Otherwise, you're just going to have only people doing it for a little while until they can actually do the solo content. Once people realize that they can solo far better, they're just going to do that. It's unfortunate. They seem to be trying to incentivize grouping by making soloing miserable through mob abilities like, yeah, in TTK. But the core issue is group XP is just too weak. Yeah, exactly. That's kind of what's going on, Doozle. I agree with that. They're trying to push people into grouping. They're trying to force them into grouping by making soloing hard, rather than incentivize grouping to get people to do it. So it's like it's more of a punishment than a positive reinforcement. I personally feel like they should go positive reinforcement route. Just incentivize it. Make grouping better XP. Period. And then also put better loot in challenging places out in the world to incentivize people to go to those locations and get the gear. If you just make it hard to solo, but it's still astronomically better, all you're doing is making the hardcore, like skilled, knowledgeable player that much better. That's literally all you're doing. And then there's already a big discrepancy on the hardcore player that's very knowledgeable, knows how to play the game and all that. They're already leveling faster than anybody else anyway. And by making the game more challenging, you're just making it better for those people because they're going to continue to do it. And everybody else is going to have to get pushed into grouping because they're not capable of doing it. So it's just a punishment to your casual players is what it is. But it's not going to really affect your hardcore players and your poop soccers. I think we need to punish the poop soccers more and help the casual players more. I want to be able to solo my character to keep my XP bar moving while at LFG, and once I'm in a group, I'm now getting better XP. Today, in a lot of cases, it's just slower to join a group. Yep, exactly. That is exactly how I feel. I agree with you 1,000%. I think that everybody should have the capabilities of being able to solo while looking for a group. Or if they don't have the time to get into a group and do that. But if you have the opportunity and time and whatever to get into a group, you should always want to do that. And that's just not the case, like you're saying. It's just not the case right now for some classes. If you're an enchanter, a necromancer, a druid, a beastmaster to some extent, I would say especially a lower level beastmaster, certain classes just, they don't want to group because every time they add a person to their party, they get less XP than if they just stayed by themselves. Like less XP per hour. So it's like a punishment for those players. Yeah, it's a whole thing. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think we should be punishing the casual player more. They're already punished enough. Currently, that is the case. When the wife and I duo in areas, we prefer not to add folks. Yeah, I wouldn't add anybody. If I was in a duo, I wouldn't add anybody. They're gonna make it. They're gonna want you to pull faster, which makes it annoying for some players. They don't want to necessarily have to be chain killing monsters and have to focus and pay attention every second of every fight. And then in addition to that, they're getting less rewards for doing it. They're working harder and earning less, and it just feels bad. Maybe they should give players more debuffs that help group mates and not yourself. Maybe, yeah. Like, I think that one direction that I think they should go is more group buffs, like buffs that are specific to your group. So, like, you would put in a shaman in your party so that everybody in your party has bonus strength. And then you put an enchanter in your party and they give everyone in the party haste. And then you put in a beastmaster in your party and everybody in your party now has +5 offense. But if you take those players and you separate them, only they get their buff. So when you put them all together, everybody's power level goes up considerably. And that would make it real. That, you know, I mean, that makes it really nice now. They kind of do that, but that's kind of, I want to see more of that so that it incentivizes people to group to do harder content to gain more experience. But right now it's, oh, I'm an enchanter and I can just charm these mobs. Cool. I'm already doing the hardest content that I could possibly do in a group, and now I'm doing it by myself. So it's best XP. Best of both worlds. Hey, what's going on, Token? How to pull off buffs, but in a different way. Yeah, I think that buffs should be more group focused, like they did in EverQuest 2. And I think that would take away twinking, like twinking and power leveling some. You're not able to twink and power level a class or a character as well if you can't buff them outside of your group and all that. So, yeah, I don't know. Rezzing people accept Rampage? Oh my gosh. I don't know why people are like that. Is this the Mallet camp? Yeah, it is. It is. Nice sneak peek into early access shenanigans. It really is. Yeah. Oh, because you're in that guild, I'm not going to resurrect you. And because you're in that guild, I don't like you because of whatever. I mean, I understand that to some extent. If people are like being mean, I don't know. There's drama with it. It's all, it is what it is. Grow up, it's not high school. I mean, I feel like it's more elementary and middle school. But yeah, high school had some of that as well. I don't know, I just find it silly. You agree with a lot of, yeah, there's good and bad in every group. Vor, I agree. There's people that are in Cohesion that are great, and there's people that are in Cohesion that just, they hate you because you're in a different guild, or because you're a content creator, or whatever. It is what it is. Is it legit adult daycare? It is. It is adult daycare. Some of these people need some daycare. They need somebody to watch them. Look at this. I can just keep easily leveling up my am I actually gaining levels here? Oh, I am. Yeah. Bind wound 163. Look at that. River Pirate Sash. Not too bad. Which is are you doing today? Last I checked, you were trying out Beastmasters. Yeah, the Beastmaster, I would be playing that, but I'm playing the fighter right now. My friend Gith wanted to camp this mob, and it's a bit challenging to try to solo because there's a lot of mobs in this area. So he asked if I would come over here and help camp it today. So that's what we're doing. Just kind of chilling, chatting, and camping this mob and hoping for the vest that he needs. Tried to camp solo this, quickly realized is going to not be possible for me. Yeah. Very few people will be able to solo this camp. You would have to... Like an enchanter without getting any type of resists would be able to come in here and solo this camp by using charm and like lull and mezzes and stuff. But yeah, very, very few classes would actually be able to solo this camp. You can solo Boulder outside, which is good enough. There you go. Angle facing the back wall. Oh, back here. It is kind of permafrostish. I think that's because of Gith's blue light. If he didn't have his light, it would look more like this. But he's got a blue lantern, or he's just got a lantern that kind of makes it give off like this blue. There you go. Now with the light off, that's what it looks like. So. I've had several people ask me today what we're doing over here. Yeah, I guess they want to get this camp. Put it black and get the archaeologist to spawn. I've got that lantern right here. We can put that on so you can see it. It's about out of fuel though. Oh, hang on. Wrong one. Oh shoot, hang on a second. I gotta move too much stuff around. I don't want to deal with all that. I'll do it in a minute. Hang on. Good luck on the vest. Rooting for y'all. Hopefully we get it. We'll see. I guess it's like the best in slot vest for like leather wearers or something. It's a really good vest, I guess. No need to actually put it on? No, we'll do it. I'm curious what it looks like. We'll put the lighting the where it's how it's supposed to be for the area at night with the vest on or with the lantern on. Might look cool. You never know. Won't know till we try it. All right, let's do lighting, settings, graphics. Lighting where it's supposed to be. Whatever. There you go. Looks kind of cool. It's weird that so much current BIS stuff comes from sub-level 60 content. It really is. It really, really is. Like, I don't mind that some really good items come off of some low-level stuff. Like, that doesn't bother me. I feel like I'm not getting all the strength I should have right now. Oh, that's why I don't have... My shaman's being lazy and hasn't rebuffed me. But yeah, it is kind of bad. I like this lantern. It's just not practically useful. No, it's not. It's not practical at all. But yeah, like the itemization really needs a pass. Like it really, really needs a pass. You should. Oh boy, I'm gonna have to get rid of all this copper. I've got 6 gold worth of copper. Is it 60 silver? Oh, 60 silver worth of copper. Love giving my ranger all my copper while we're in a group. They forced auto split when I played, which caused that to happen badly. It is, yeah. It's very bad. Especially at lower level. Like, that's the worst time. The copper split at low level, you get so much copper because they can't give you silver or gold yet. So you're just getting tons and tons of copper. And then it just keeps adding up, and you don't have the stats for your strength to be able to carry around more copper. It just feels bad. But not split the copper? You can, but at low level, you need the money. It's like you need to have the copper at low level. You just don't want the copper at low level. It's just frustrating. At higher level, you don't need the copper, and you don't want it. So you can just drop it, which is what I'm probably going to do. Drop it on the ground. If anybody wants that, they can come get it. It'll only be there for a few minutes. How heavy is Burrow going to be the time you guys are done? Who knows? He'll be fine. He'll be fine. Oh, there it goes. And it's gone. That's what we should have done. We should have split it so that Burrow gets tons of money. All the copper. Where do you check your experience? It's this yellow bar behind my head. That's your experience bar. Mine just happens to be capped on this character. If you had to guess, how many times could you die in a row at level 60 before you de-leveled? It would be 9 times, and the 10th time will probably de-level you. It's about 10% XP. Actually, no. At this level, it's more than that. You could die like 6 times or something like that. Yeah, you lose a lot at this level. It's 5 blues. So, yeah, it's like 20% at this level or so. But that's because, supposedly, because level 59 is a hell level, so it, like, bases it off of your previous level or something. So you could die like 5 or 6 times, and then you would lose, you would de-level. If you didn't get a res. 59, it's still 2.5 blues, so I was curious. Yeah, it's 2.5 because it was a hell level at 58, so it's based on your previous level, supposedly. And because 60 is not a hell level, so it only needs normal XP for that level, but 59 was a hell level, meaning it needs double XP. When you die at 60, you lose twice the amount of XP, I guess. Yeah, so you lose quite a bit. But you lose like 10% of the previous level's XP. Is basically how it works. How many hours would you say you lose to grind it back? At level 60? It would take several hours to grind the XP back if you don't get an XP res. It would take a while. It's a bonus stage. It is, yeah. You definitely level faster at 60 than you do at level 59. Or 58. I would say 50 is actually faster XP than level 51. You felt 57 was the hardest level? And 39? I could see 39 because 39 is like... There's not a lot of things to fight in that level range, I feel like. So you're kind of limited, and then it's... You know, you're still fighting things that are like lower level than you, but you're not quite able to fight the things that are in the 40s yet. So it's just that's a tough one. 44 is the longest. That's another tough one because again, not a lot of enemies in that level range. There's a lot of enemies in the like level 40 to 41, and then there's a lot of enemies at like 48. 49. So not a lot of stuff that's like right at 43, 44, 45. So it feels kind of bad. You're fighting lower level stuff when you hit 44, and then as soon as you hit 45, you can start doing stuff that's slightly higher level again. So you kind of feel like you're getting bonus XP at that point. Pale Tower is yellow at 39. Yeah, Pale Tower is level 40, 41. It starts to fall off by like 43, 44. By 45, you don't really want to do Pale Tower anymore. Point of having hell levels? I don't know. I don't agree with them. I don't know why they have them. I mean, I know why they put them in initially is because EverQuest did it. So they kind of just wanted for the nostalgia factor. But the actual reasoning they're in the game, there isn't one. A feeling of accomplishment when you get through it. That's pretty much the only reasoning. Just seems like something hard, but it's just a chore. Quite frankly, just sloppy game design. I mean, I don't disagree with you. I don't like it. I don't know why they have it. Like if they just made level 51 through 59 hell levels, that makes sense, right? You got to level 50. Cool, you know, that's the beginning. The first half of your journey is over, and now you're just getting these flaming hell levels for the rest of them. That's fine. The ones that are like every 5 levels, starting at level 19, 24, 29, 34, etc. I don't get it. Like, why? They're just annoying. But whatever. I didn't make the game. You could argue you get a big jump in power or access to a new spell, but it's not the case, unfortunately. Yeah, I think that's the idea behind it, Ketalone, is that every time you get through a hell level, if you got something special for getting to that next level, then it would feel cool and it would feel good. But it just doesn't. That's not the case. Like spellcasters, when they hit level 19, and they get through level 19 and they hit level 20. That's pretty big for all 7 spellcasters because you start getting the level 20 spells. Like, yay, I'm level 20. I got a new set of spells, and they get some decent stuff around level 20. But then the next hell level is 24, which is when you also get new spells. So it just doesn't, that theme doesn't keep going. Right? Then the next hell level is 28. Or sorry, the next spell level is 28, but it's not even a hell level anymore. Then it's 29, and then 30 is also not a special level. The whole thing it's just like, why? It's just an arbitrary, random numbers that we're just, these are harder because we want them to be harder. That makes sense. Feel like it was another D&D thing. It just came stretch progress, but as player, it's so awkward it feels bad. Yeah. They just did it to be like EQ. EQ had XP issues. That was... Yeah, well, EverQuest, originally it was a bug. It was a rounding error for EverQuest. And that's where it came from. And it's kind of weird that they try to program bugs into the game. It's like, we're going to add a hell level because it was a mistake in EverQuest and it's nostalgia. Okay, well, how about we don't do that? Like, make your own game. It's kind of like strafing, like running at an angle, strafing, and you run faster, and jumping to run faster. That was in this game for a while, and it was just like, why are we adding that? They literally programmed both of those things in to be that way. It was like, and then they wonder why they're just so closely related, or compared to EverQuest. Well, gee, let me think. Why you're compared to EverQuest on everything is because you make the game feel like EverQuest. Like it's just EverQuest. That's all it was. Hey, there we go. We finally got to 50. My goodness. My goodness gracious, it's taking forever. Programming is just an art of adding bugs to empty text documents, kind of, yeah. I think it's cooler to have epic quests or something more refined than just a hell level. Well, they're going to have epic quests. They're going to be doing that, but that's down the road when they get more content in the game, more places to venture out to. And all that. So they will be in the game. The mechanics and the combat being the way they are, or at least why I anticipate play. I mean, yeah. Some of the EQ feel is why I gravitated to this game, but I don't want a copy paste of EverQuest. I want a game that feels familiar, but ultimately is different, right? And I think that's one of those things that people need to figure out what they want. My nose is super itchy. I think I have like a mustache hair that's coming straight out and going straight up into my nose, and it's tickling my nose. Did they ever say why they incorporated it? Was it mechanical or gameplay reasoning? Which one? The hell levels or the strafing? Both of which the reason they put it in is because of EverQuest. To my knowledge, both of those things were done by a previous dev of this game that is no longer a dev of this game. It was their idea. They added it in. They made it a thing. EQ Game Engine doesn't even start in full screen anymore. Last time I played, it may not. Yeah, I haven't played EQ in a long time. Well, not a super long time. A couple years. The hell levels? Yeah, they put them in because EverQuest did it. It was a throwback to EverQuest. That was the reasoning for them. They didn't actually have the flame to denote that it was a hell level at one point. It was just a longer level. It looked the exact same. You couldn't tell. Epic Quest up there with raid content, shelf the yeah. I agree. I think that those raid content needs to be in by early access. Epic Quests don't need to be. They need a lot more zones before they put in Epic Quest, I think. Because like right now, what if they put in every Epic Quest in the game and it only took up 20% of the zones that are overall going to be in the game? Then they add in, right now they have, let's say, 25 zones in the game, but they're going to have 100 zones in the future. Well, what if your Epic Quest only took place in 25 of those zones? And didn't go to more of those 100 total zones. So that's why they don't want to put the Epic Quest in right now. They want it to span the entire world. Really hope they can run with the content here and keep content coming at a good pace. That my hope is that they get all of these class reworks in by early access. Get that balancing in as best they can by early access, so that all they're working on for early access is more content. That's what I would like to see. Of course, there's going to be some stuff, some other like things that they need to add in, but it just should be content. Like, you get the fundamentals of how each of the different trade skill functions, and then you just add more stuff to the trade skill. That's just content. That's what I would... that's what I would like to see. But we'll see what happens. 72 days, yeah. 72 days. If you want a throwback, make an Easter egg, not something that's just punitive. Yeah, just for the sake of it. I agree with that, Sci-Fi. It's like the meme builds that they were trying to force into the game. Let's add this ability as a meme. No. You don't force things like that into the game. You add Easter eggs and things of that nature as a throwback to a previous game. If you're trying to force it in, then it's not gonna feel good. It's not gonna feel fun. It's just gonna be like, oh my god, why did they put these hell levels in? They just copied EverQuest again. Yeah, they just do their own thing. Like the purple donkeys that were running around. That was a bug in this game. They could now add a purple donkey as a drop to some enemy, and it would be a whole thing just for this game, and it would be fun. But then let's say like in 20 years, somebody else decides to make another throwback game to Monsters and Memories, and they throw in purple donkeys. You know, it's like, come on. Be unique. Speaking of that, did anybody get the blue donkey in ArcAge? There was a blue donkey that you could get in ArcAge that went at 50% speed going forward, 200% speed running backwards. So you would actually get on the donkey and run backwards through the zones and stuff. Like you would run super fast. It was a fun little donkey. Oh, yeah, easily. I loved ArcAge so much before the Thunderstruck logs went into the in-game shop. Those Thunderstruck logs, man. Golly. Arcade was great until I realized that there was a lot of bugs that the devs did not care to fix. And they were kind of game-breaking bugs. One of the ones that irritated me the most was if you're on your boat and you are steering your boat, or a car, or like if you're driving around one of the tractors or whatever, somebody could knock you off of that and then steal your boat or your vehicle. They had ways to kick you off of it, which was really annoying. And then they would just drive off with your boat. So, yeah. There was just too many issues with that game where they just didn't care to fix them. But super fun game other than that. Arcade is one of the best PvP experience, being a real bandit. Yeah, I would agree with that. We loved going out, getting on our boats, and swimming around in the water and doing PvP, like naval PvP battles. And then go down under the water where all those naval PvP battles happened. And there would be so much treasure down there. And you could pick it up and take it in and turn it in for some money. My biggest gripe with the game, which one was? Remember one of my real life buddies was a crafter in the game with a massive farm and whatnot. He had like some item worth real life 50K or something. He crafted at some rare value. Yeah. Well, they had it set up in that game where you could pay to win too. And I ended up quitting Arcade because of the cheating, the rampant cheating, and then the pay to win aspects where you could throw money at it, because to upgrade your gear, you had to, like, it was random. You had to do something, and it would give you bonus or it would take away, right? And then you throw more stuff at it, and you keep doing that. So if you were willing to just throw stupid money at it, you could get the best gear in the game. And I don't want to play a game that you can just throw money at it to win. PvP was just whales. That's what it got to be, yeah. It was just whales that just were like super geared out. And that's when it became unfun. Prior to all that, though, it was super fun. I really liked it. Actually, really also looking forward to seeing what they did with Ashes, but yeah. Ashes is Ashes. I would like to see what they could have done with Ashes if they had the right people at the top and weren't just trying to get money. The whole Ponzi scheme, it just kind of killed that one for me. Felt bad, man. Felt bad. Did a gameplay build with the bard and music and buffs getting stronger as more classes contributed their abilities and buff? It was neat. Yeah. I hope they do something like that with this game. I would like to see bards like go into a tavern and start telling stories or playing some music and getting like these buffs and stuff that you can give to players. Can be really cool. Yep. On the back end side, Ashes had a tech to solve the massive sharding problem, like a good, real attempt. They had a couple good things going for them, I agree. They just had one bad thing going for them, and that was management. I feel really badly for all the devs that lost jobs because of that game. Like, they were actually working on a game, trying to make something good. And then, yeah, they ended up losing their job because people are people. And greedy. Felt bad, man. Felt bad. Well, I have no idea. He will. I don't know what his plan is. Well. I'm excited to see how the boating works here. I don't know what they're going to do with that. Sean wants to do more with the boats in this game. He wants he wants you to be able to get your own boat, like your personalized boat. So we'll see what they do with that. I'm kind of curious what the plan is. Of course, that's not for like a while. Like it's not coming anytime soon. But be interesting to see. Malik the Glass Viper. Oh, we got his knuckle again. No POK or luck with spires? What do you mean by that? Can you break down strength, stamina, dexterity, agility stats for me? Strength makes you hit harder. Stamina gives you more health. Dexterity allows you to hit more often. And agility allows you to dodge, block, and parry more often. That's the very, very short answer for you. Do they affect attack speed? No. None of them affect anything other than what I just said. Well, your strength might... Or stamina. Stamina also affects your block. Something to do with block as well. I don't think it works properly yet, though. But maybe in the future. But yeah, right now that's all they affect. Oh man, oh man, oh man. There is a rumor that agility might end up affecting run speed or something. Or people have talked about it. I don't know what the devs feel about that. if they're considering it, if they thought about it, if it's an absolute no. But this is crazy, man. Sitting here for... We've been on here for what, 6 hours today? No vest. Oh boy. Hiccups. This is what the devs talk about when they say that some items you're just never going to see as a certain, like you may never see an item because like it just, you might get lucky and get it and you may never see it. Isn't that best pretty valuable? It is, yeah. I see a lot of people looking by it. It's very valuable, yeah. It's like very sought after, I guess. People are usually camping this. I'm curious how many people they're going to have on a server. Like how many people they want. They've been talking about it in the past. They want about 1,000 concurrent players, which is going to be over double what they currently have on this server. Like right now, there's 416 people online. I saw 4 Hovarth belts before I got before you got your mace. Oh, you're talking about the wisdom mace? Yeah. How many times has he spawned in the 6 hours? I don't know. We've seen him 5 or 6 times, I would say. I don't know exactly how many times. I've been keeping track of it. We've gotten at least 2 of the knuckles. So we've gotten at least 2 of these. We got 2 of the bracers, the 7-int bracers. I mean, I'd say at least 5 or 6 times minimum. At least 2 of the boots. Do they have encounter locking or anything? No. What's the command to know how many people are online? It's /who space all space all. So double all. If you do who all, it's just going to tell you who's all in your zone. If you do who all, it tells you everybody in every zone. $140 players on the PvP server? Yeah. And I would say 100 of those probably don't even want a PvP. But that's just a guess. Is it just me, or is the foreshadowing then going to be massive kill steal camp then for these items, P99 style, if they don't get the rarity? Yes, it would be. However, they have a play nice policy in effect for this game. So you can't just go up and start killing somebody else's camp. If somebody does that, you can petition, and they will take the item away from the other player if they stole the kill from you and whatever. You can petition for it. So there's other issues with that, but right now there's a play nice policy to prevent people from stealing your camp. First come, first serve, and then that's it. But there's its own issues with that for sure. Do 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 do. I like the music in this game. I want to look up grills. I got rid of my my grill recently. Because it was just getting kind of nasty. So I got rid of it. Dang, man, they're so expensive these days. The grill that I had... Oh, God, that's a... What? It can't be more than that. What the heck? Yeah, I had a Blackstone. Yeah, the one that I had... Oh, my God, dude. That thing is now up to $600. There's no way I paid $600 for that grill. Crazy. Yeah, I had a Blackstone flat top grill, but it was just getting so nasty and falling apart. You just paid $1,100 for your smoker? That's nuts. Yeah, they're so expensive, man. Yeah, this one is on sale right now. The one that I would replace it with is currently on sale for... Where'd it go? $540. But I don't have $540 to spend on a grill. At least not right now. Said it's replacing a griddle. Like, what are you looking to cook mostly? We do like burgers and hibachi style stuff on it. Yeah. Why do I need to replace it? Because it's gone. We don't have one now. I don't have a grill at all anymore. I like to make smash burgers on it and fried rice, cook some veggies, make our steaks on it, all sorts of stuff. A criddle griddle. Yes, it's a criddle griddle. Grills never made sense to me. You always just cook on the stovetop. It's different. It's different. Like cooking. If you try to do like hibachi rice, let's say, or just hibachi dinner on a stovetop in your house, you're going to cause a lot of smoke. If you try to cook like a steak, you're going to cause a lot of smoke. You need to have like the right ventilation for it. So cooking that stuff outside is just better because the smoke and the steam just kind of goes up and it just goes away in the atmosphere. Whereas if you're inside your house, it's just fills in your house. Charcoal grill. Yeah, charcoal grills are nice. They definitely are nice. A good Weber. You can create 2-zone cooking area cheaply. Yeah, Weber's good. They're expensive, I feel like, for what you get, though. I like to have a large cooking surface for my grill. And Weber's usually have a small cooking surface. Yeah, I really like mine. It was a very large cooking surface. I could do all sorts of crazy stuff. 36-inch Blackstone at Walmart is what I have. 36-inch Blackstone, I think, is what I had. At Walmart, it's $300. That's not a bad deal. Like I could probably do that. I don't want to pay $600. Like there's this one right here on Amazon for $400. Actually, that might be the exact grill that I had. And this one's $461. I think it was the exact grill that I had. It was just, this is a newer model of it, of the same thing. Feed 15 people in that surface area. Yeah, like you can do a lot. You can do a lot of burgers and hot dogs and stuff on there. But when you do a hibachi, when I've done hibachi, I think I could make enough hibachi for like 6 people on that grill. Costco usually has them. I probably should look into Costco when they do a good deal. You make breakfast on your Blackstone? Yeah, I could do that. I love making eggs on a Blackstone. I want to get a Blackstone, though, that has a stainless steel top on it. Do they have those? Pretty sure they do. Let me look it up. Stainless steel Blackstone top. Oh, it's just like a replacement. It's just a whole replacement thing. That's $300 by itself. What? There's no way. It's crazy expensive, all this stuff. Crazy. Instead of the carbon steel. Yeah, well, I don't know what it comes with. Whatever the normal thing that it comes with. I want to get a stainless steel top. I'm jelly. My place can't have a barbecue. Oh, bummer. You live like an apartment? I've lived in apartments where they're like, nope, no barbecues. Can't have it. I lived in an apartment for 2 years, and my grill just sat in the garage. So I had a garage in the apartment as well. And the grill just sat in the garage, and I wasn't allowed to use it for 2 years. It was awful. You're better off buying the grill altogether and then seasoning it. Yeah, well, I just want to get a stainless steel though. Like, I don't want to have the Blackstone grill anymore. Like, I like the Blackstone grill. I enjoyed using it, but I want a stainless steel one. You get a carbon steel and you need to season it. Yeah, that's what I had to do with the last one. It was too much. It was too much extra work that I didn't want to put into it, and ultimately why I probably got rid of it. Like, I've had that grill for years, like 8 or 9 years. I've had it for a long time, and it became too much of a hassle. Every time I had to clean it off, and I had to reseason it, and I had to do all this stuff, and I don't know. It became too much of a chore. You guys nabbing int bracers? We got 2 so far, and Burl got both of them. We don't have any more int bracers at the moment. It is a pain to season and clean. I use it a lot though. Yeah, it's a pain to season and clean it. That's why I want to get away. Like, that's why if I got a stainless steel one, I could just scrub it off and I'm good. Like, you're good to go. You don't need to worry about doing all the seasoning and the deep cleaning on it and all that. Just clean it off after every use and you're good. So, yeah, kind of want to go with that. I'm sure I can buy them. He's got the knuckles again, though. I'm sure I could buy it with the stainless steel top, and I don't have to replace it. But I don't know. Maybe I can't. What I could do is just buy a stainless steel top and throw it on the stovetop, and then you're good to go, right? Just turn on the burners on the stovetop and use the stainless steel, and you're good. You live in a warm climate? I do, yeah. Winter's not nice on Blackstones? Yeah. I live in South Carolina, so it's mostly warm. But part of my issue was it would sit in the backyard, not covered. It would just kind of sit back there. And then if I didn't use it for a few days or a week and it rained, all that kind of stuff. It's just tedious. Just tedious. That's what it looks like. But I don't know. I'll look into another grill at some point. I don't need it at the moment. I can make a lot of stuff on the stovetop. Just using like a big pan on the stovetop. How am I gonna do this? There we go, there we go, there we go. That goes there. That goes there, that goes there. Can make some tier 3 enchantments at the end of this. Interesting enough, for a single steak, just using the chimney starter alone with a grill on top is insane. You just load it upside down. I have to check that out. I mean, I like to make stuff on the grill, but I can use a big pan and make stuff there too. I made like fried rice in a pan not too long ago, and it was pretty good. So I don't know. I think if I grilled out more often, I would definitely just have replaced my grill without getting rid of it. But I haven't actually cooked on the grill in probably over a month. So a lot of times it just sits out there and just goes unused. And then it just gets, you know, it starts to get rusted and all that. And you got to stay on top of it. You got to use it a lot. Now you're just making me hungry, though. I need to get something to eat. I'm starving. I need to make some hibachi rice again. I haven't made hibachi rice in a while. My girlfriend's daughter loves my hibachi rice. I tell her all she has to do is if she makes rice and puts it in the fridge, I will make hibachi rice the next day. But she doesn't want to do it. So we don't get hibachi rice a bunch. Because hibachi rice is best a day later. Does anybody need tier 3 enchants? I'm getting stuff for that. Astral, Arcane. Your mission for today? It is my mission. My mission every day is hibachi rice. I could eat hibachi rice literally every day. I love it. Not very good for you, though. I need to see what enchantments Burl needs and make him some. He needs the bracer enchantments right now, actually. Because he just got new bracers here. Can't remember if bracers... require, yeah, I don't think I can make those right now. I think I need the whatchamacallit, the enchanting in town. Oh well. All right, it's 4 o'clock. Let's check the old stock market, see how it did today. At close. Closing time. Nope. Looks like overall a pretty good day. Everything's up a little bit, about a percentage. Better than it going down. Man, that SanDisk, I can't understand that, dude. Like that, it has skyrocketed so much in just a few months. People that were on that bandwagon, man, they made bank. I think we're gonna hit a big sell-off on it soon, though. The memory squeeze, yeah. I think that's gonna drop really, really quickly soon. I mean, over the past month, it's dropped already like 20%. But over the past 6 months, it's up like 300%. Just nuts. You think it's gonna keep going up? I went up 12% today. It went up a stupid amount today. I'm back, but have to log off. Should I gate out? I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. It depends on how long Isar wants to stay here. I'm probably going to get some food here shortly. It's a global problem. All HBM memory has been purchased for the next 2 years already. That's nuts. That is nuts. But now it's like, do you buy it now or do you wait? Like, buying it now might be it's already peaked. And now it's just going to kind of plateau, and you're not going to make much with it. But it could continue to go higher. Who knows? Micron doesn't sell to the public anymore? I heard, that Micron is like, they're about to skyrocket as well if they already haven't. And Marvel is another one that's about to potentially blow up if it already hasn't. Let me look in those. Because you might be already too late on those. Let's take a look. I have the hiccups. Let's see, that went up 12% today as well. Yeah, but in the last month, it's down 14%. But in the last year, it's up 700%. Most of that being in the last 3 or 4 months. Like, it just spiked up so stinking quickly. So, it might be too late. Might have missed that train. Marvel Technology went up again there, but it's down there. It's down for the month and spiked for the year. Yeah, it's like if you would have bought all this stuff back in March or April, you could have doubled or tripled your money in just a couple months. But now it's too late. You know, now it's already too late to make all that crazy amounts of money. You see AMD, is it doing crazy stuff too? They're trying to compete. I mean, they're trying to compete with Nvidia. It's up 7% here, but it's down for there. It's up for there. Yeah, they did the same thing. March, April, and then it spiked up. Yeah, it's crazy. Nvidia hasn't moved much in the past year, but I'm still holding. Yeah, Nvidia is what I bought into 2 or 3 years ago. And it was doing great. But yeah, this year it's just been kind of up or down. It's just been all over the place. So we'll see what happens with it. I'm currently on the hold. I don't want to sell it and then have to pay all the taxes on it and then buy something else and then that not do well, you know? So I'm kind of just holding on Nvidia right now, waiting to see what happens. You bought in on AMD at $25? Nice. Heck yeah. That's awesome. It's a matter of how much though. Did you buy one share at $25 or 1,000 shares at $25? That makes a big difference. Closer to 2. Right, exactly. Oh, you mean option 2? That's good. That's good. That means you're sitting pretty good. I actually thought about that. I when all this stuff happened with Nvidia, I was like, you know what? It would be smart right now to sell a bunch of Nvidia and buy AMD. Because AMD is going to have to do something. Now, it would be a huge gamble. You might lose it all because if like AMD just can't produce, you lose tons and tons and tons of money. But if it actually stepped up to the plate and produced, which apparently it's doing, you're going to make a bunch of money. So it would have been a big gamble, but I don't know. AMD has the hardware, but they fail at software. Yeah. They're gambling again on GPUs now. They are. They are. I run Linux, so over here AMD is default gaming setup. It's interesting. I like it, but I have AI space. Yeah, they have a lot of room to catch up. They do. But as far as the gaming space is concerned, you know, they're kind of dominating that market. NVIDIA doesn't really want to sell us cards anymore. We used to getting the old tech for gaming, and they really want to start streaming games. They do, yeah. I don't think... that's the problem with AMD, is they're still like gaming... like a gaming GPU platform. And if we keep going in the direction that we're going, which is going to be streaming games, then there's going to be far fewer GPUs needed, and people are just not going to be buying them as much, so that's going to lose them money. We'll see. Having super high tech that is expensive, just sitting in someone's computer is silly. Just the streaming isn't really a good solution here. Yeah, I don't like the streaming games because you have to have a really fast internet, and if your internet goes down, you can't play games, which feels kind of bad. That's why I don't like it, but we're definitely going that direction. Will we get there? Who knows? Yeah, I don't know what NVIDIA is going to do. It hasn't been terrible this year, but it hasn't been great. Let me look at NVIDIA. Let's see. It went up 2% today. It's down there. It's down for the month. Later. For the past year, though, it's up 20%, which is a good year. You know, all things considered, 20% up for a year is a very good year. And over the past 5 years, it's up 1,000%. So, can't really hate on NVIDIA too much. I still think it's crazy, though, like SanDisk. That's what we were talking about earlier and kind of what sparked the conversation. It's up in just the last 6 months. It's up like 300% or 400%. In the last year, it's up 3,000%. Like, that's nuts. NVIDIA is up 1,000% in 5 years. But SanDisk is up 3,000% in 1 year. Crazy. Like, I don't think that can maintain. Something's got to give somewhere. And it's just a matter of finding that company that somehow figures out how to make memory cheaper. Right? Make better memory cheaper. And then they're just going to skyrocket and everybody else is going to go into the tank. Oh, yeah. I think it's hilarious, Token, when people say that. Oh, they're like, oh, I'm running 300 frames at 4K on my computer. I'm like, no, you're not. You are not. They keep saying they are, and it's because they don't know what they're talking about. I play at 1440. That's what I do as well. I play at 1440 because I want to get the higher frames. I think we'll hit some crash like the internet bubble in 2000. Yeah, I think we're going to hit some crash as well. It's going to happen. It's just a matter of when and how invested people are in it. Yeah, that crash is 1,000% happening. And people are going to lose their minds over it. I'm personally banking on NVIDIA. I think that NVIDIA it'll be part of the crash, but it will withstand the crash because they're actually building for the future. Whereas I feel like some of the .com companies just created a .com, but they didn't actually try to advance. They just tried to maintain where they were. And those didn't do well. But then Google and Amazon and some of the others kept trying to build out for the future. So I feel like that's what NVIDIA is doing, is they're trying to build the future. So I think that they're going to continue to grow, maybe at a slower rate, but I think they'll continue to grow. But I think like SanDisk will probably, I mean, it obviously spiked up, but it's going to fall apart once something happens, and they're going to lose a lot of their market cap. But we'll see. There'll be a big sell-off of it, I'm sure, soon. I see tech basically being obsoleted overnight with new iteration that will massively lower the reliance on HBM memory like it is now. Yeah. You have your speculation? Yeah. I got some speculation on it. I think that once we realize or once we discover something that can replace that memory, it's over for those companies. They're going to have to switch with the times or they're going to be out. New tech might still need to use the same machines, though, to make the GPU's memory today. Maybe, yeah. It's a lot of what ifs. A lot of what ifs. And I don't know if I'm willing to gamble it or not. They're doing billions of FP32, FP16 calculations for each layer of network. It's a lot of calculus that has to happen. I have a feeling they'd be doing additional subtracting, multiplication, division shortly again, which lowers the memory space needed. Yeah. So you're going to try to short it? Is that your prediction? Is to short some of these memory companies? I don't know if I'm that bold. You don't play like that? I don't either. I don't play those games. That's where you see tech going. I do too. Yeah. If I was a gambling person, I would short the heck out of it right now. But I'm not a gambling person. I'll go a little risky, but I still play it safe. Got super into learning about this year finally. It's been nutty. It has been, yeah. I went to college for it, and I enjoyed it back then. And I haven't really messed with it too much since then. But it's definitely fun to watch. It's less fun when it's your money that's in it. And it doesn't do what you want it to. It's awesome when you get it right, though. It's just like gambling, though. That's the problem. It's exactly like gambling. You get those really good highs, and then you get those really low lows. You think they're doing it wrong? I can't tell you how to do it right, but I clearly tell you they're doing it wrong. Who knows? Yeah, he's been gone for a while. They definitely have something working, though, just not working in the same way we do. Yeah. I think that a lot of these AI companies and stuff, they know something that we don't. I think somebody knows something that we don't. But will it be successful is the question. Oh yeah, the insider trading is a huge problem. Huge problem. It feels bad when somebody can tweet, you know, something about a stock and it just spikes up 5% that day, or they can tweet the opposite and it drops like 5% that day. Like they can literally just manipulate the market with a tweet. That feels so bad. There's zero AI research companies that are turning a profit. Yeah, well, AI is the way of the future, whether we like it or not. It's coming. Just a matter of how much we're willing to fight the change. It's like this is almost like buying into plastic when it first came out. People are like, who wants plastic? That's ridiculous. But if you knew at the time that plastic would be the way of the future, maybe what we got now is the best it will ever be, though. Maybe. Yeah, market manipulation needs to be a jailable offense, in my opinion. It's getting bad. I mean, it is a jailable offense, but they need to figure out ways to be a little bit more strict on it. I just mean it's a linear cost right now, basically, to train them. I agree that training them is valuable. I just think we're not doing it efficient. Oh, yeah, we're not doing anything efficiently yet. And I think that's why the prices are going up so quickly, is because we're not efficient at it. So it's costing a lot of money, which makes us think that it's going to return a lot of money. Personally, I think they're spending, in some ways, way too much on it right now. It's like we're not there yet. It's like when Google made Stadia, and they're like, yeah, you know, streaming games is going to be the way of the future. And that lasted for what, a year? Before people were like, no, it's not. We're not there yet. It's a little arms race, so they're stopping it. Yeah, we're not going to stop it. It's right now these multi-billionaires are all fighting to see who can capture it first. And we're just here to watch it unfold and hopefully ride the waves if we can. We'll see. Hopefully it doesn't crash the world market. It could do that too. If it doesn't pan out, it will crash the world market. When you have like the 5 richest people in the world and they can single-handedly crash the world market, there's a problem. Think like a live AI mayor for a town that dynamically creates your quests and whatnot. Yeah, it would be cool. I would love to see like AI in video games more, but not AI developing the game, but AI making the content for the game. Like in this game, for example, go up to a bartender and have a conversation with the bartender about your travels, you know, recently, but make it for this game, you know? I think it'd be really cool. Like you go and kill a raid boss, and then you go to town and you talk to a bartender, and the bartender's like, man, I heard that you guys killed, you know, Lord Nagafin. That's amazing feat, kind of thing. And like they just know, like they heard through the happenings of what was going on in the game. Yeah, and how NPCs behave, all of that stuff. Yeah, we're gonna start seeing a lot more of that in games. I hope. That's what I would like to see. That's the direction I want AI to go. I don't care if we have self-driving cars or not. Yeah, I would much rather have cool NPC interactions. But that's me. I'm not a car guy. I'm a game guy. Maybe in 100 years, we can just ask for whatever type of games we want, and it makes it for us. That would be awesome, yeah. Or it'll already been created. That's true. You still have to give it the right prompts, though, you know? Like, when are they going to get it to the point where they can put like a helmet on your head and it reads your mind and your thoughts and it knows exactly what you want, and then it just creates that into the game? That'll be the next step, right? That would ruin it a bit. Part of the magic is shared experience playing games with others. Yeah. Maybe we have that hat on now. Maybe we do. Maybe we do. We're all sitting in the Matrix.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
No fists this time. I can't tell if he's got bracers on, though. He might. Kind of crazy how close all this might be. Yeah. Not too far away. I mean, they already have it now where you could put on like the little Neuralink thing and play video games with it. We got some really cool stuff out there. Yeah. Dang all boots. Yeah, I would definitely check that. So I wonder if it can drop both. You'd buy an Optimus robot, probably. I could totally do that. I'd be down.
Yeah.
We will see. We will see. Yeah, I'm looking at something. Trying to do some math. Math's hard, man. Not buying one if I can't change the sheets on a bed. You know, it'd be nice to have like a maid. Somebody that just lives in your house and makes your bed, cleans up your room, makes food for you. That'd be awesome. Man, that was a lag spike. My goodness. Good evening. How you doing? Sorry, Caps. Nah, you're good. You're good. This camp's been awful. Awful, awful, awful. Yes, it. Yeah, this is tedious. Living a Necro right now after getting my Monk to 25. Dots feel so weak and mana regen is atrocious. Doesn't feel like I'm pulling my weight when in a group. Necros in a group are not going to feel like they're pulling their weight. Yeah, the dots are bad currently because TTK is still, I feel like, a little bit too high. So you don't get the full benefit of the dot. But Necros soloing are insanely good. So if you can solo, I would recommend doing that. But if you can't solo and you want to be in a group, then yeah, you're just going to feel... It's just going to feel kind of bad, unfortunately. I would not recommend using your dots in a group, depending on how big the group is. If it's like a duo, then yes. Or a trio, maybe. But if it's 4 or 5 or more players, then I would recommend sending in a pet. Yeah. And just send in your pet and then use like life tap procs and things like that. It's just overall better. They should do small perks for those who get max level during the beta, like a special ring or cloak for early access. Maybe. I don't know. I think some people would not like that. I mean, I'd be okay with it. I think it's a cool idea. People that, you know, put in the effort to get to max level and, you know, and actually contribute and stuff, give them like some sort of special title or something. It's damage every 6 seconds, over 30 seconds. Even if you miss your last tick or two, it's still better. Well, yeah, because it's a 30-second dot. Those are much better because they're shorter duration. The 60-second dots are almost never worth using because things die way too fast. Yeah. Yeah, they need to continue to work on TTK and the dots. Like, it would be nice if Necro had like a way to... Well, I mean, I don't know what they're going to do, but it'd be nice if like they could speed up their dots or something. They could do something with it, but who knows? Who knows? We'll see what they do in the future. Necromancer still needs to have its rework done. And it's going to go towards, like, the pets. So the Necromancer is going to empower their pet, is the idea. How well that's going to work, I don't know. I personally feel like it's going to end up making the Necromancer pet way too strong and then make other players obsolete. But we'll see what they do with it. Every 2 to 5 minutes, burns all remaining dot damage and transfers to execute. Yeah, something like that could be cool. Or like they could spend a little bit more mana, and it like speeds up their dot or something. I don't know. It's just a lot of things they could do with it. Yeah, melee is almost always better DPS, like long-term DPS wise. All right. Well, it's coming up on 5 o'clock. I want to hang out longer and keep streaming, but I got to figure out some food. I've been hungry for like 2 hours. I got to figure out what I'm going to do for dinner. So I think I'm going to go do that and just kind of check on this camp every here and there with Gith. We'll probably keep camping this, but I got to figure out dinner situation. But yeah, it's been a nice stream, 7.5 hour stream today. So we're getting back into those longer streams. It'll be like that today, tomorrow, Thursday, probably Friday. And then I will be gone Saturday and Sunday again for a wedding. But yeah, we'll have normal streams for the rest of this week outside of the weekend. But I appreciate everybody being here. I appreciate you guys hanging out as always. Definitely back on here tomorrow morning around 9 a.m. Eastern, whatever time that translates for you. So come in, say hello, chat, ask questions, whatever. And yeah, have a good rest of your evening. Take care, everybody. Bye.